Just over 5 minutes to start now, and 7 minutes to start. Just as a software on your way back out. Once you find one, please serve all the way back in. Because we're now just another 7 minutes to start the meeting. This is the first 60 of the morning, all good if you wish to travel on the south side or north side. But then, when we hits, we're going to kind of ask all surfers when you make your way out to do it. Pretty much by law, it's been up now by the reef on the north, the right side.
And it's good morning once again from Portugal, the World Surf League Challenger Series here in Ericeira. And some happy faces this morning. It's Saturday, potential finals day, 2 more days in the waiting period. So we've got today and tomorrow. And we'll be looking to maximise and optimise conditions available out in the water. Some very familiar faces. Talk about Championship Tour. Sally Fitzgibbons there, who's looking very, very good with the year that she's put together on the Challenger Series with an absolute ton of experience on the CT. Heading back that way, as is this man, Samuel Poupeau. Got the qualification done. And now his job is to support his crew, his brother as well. Callum Robson tore into this wave. He's looking very strong indeed. He's pretty cash about life as well. We had him up in the studio talking shop. That was pretty cool too. Speaking of people in the studio, that's lovely to see their fine faces. Ben and Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. Pretty good. Yeah, what's going on with your vibes, guys?
Well, you know,
surfing.
Yeah, had a commentating, enjoying life. Just going through the scenarios, Paul, mainly. I'd like to focus on that. Yeah, sort of just we're getting down to the pointy end of this event. It sort of happened sort of slowly, like, and it's suddenly it's just arrived at us. So, yeah, we're potential to maybe even finish today, maybe tomorrow. But either way, we're going to have a new champion within the next 2 days.
Just from glimpses that we saw, they look like we got a bit more vision, a bit more visibility, Chris.
A bit more visibility, a little less swell. A little more onshore wind, but not that the wind's an issue here. And, yeah, quarter's definitely running, I think.
Right, let's have a look at the quarterfinal bracket for the men here. We're all set up for these 4 quarterfinals. And we talked about this yesterday, that classic mix of the experienced surfers with some of the more youthful ones. And those are our first heats in terms of Elijah Muniz. And Edgard Groggia,
first one's massive.
QF.
Yeah, Leo, if he wins that heat, he's on the CT.
Huge.
But Groggia, he's a good mate. If he wins the final, he qualifies. So, you know, one of those obviously isn't going to be happy, but I'll tell you what, that's a massive first power hitting hit, a lot on the line for 2 very close friends. So, yeah, getting off to a pretty radical start there.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 2, Kanoa Igarashi. He's won a CT. Callum Robson, he's made the final of a CT. Nothing on the line at all for Kanoa, just a bit of bragging rights at one of his local breaks. Callum Robson, a lot to surf for. would be desperate to get back on the championship tour.
Yeah, that third quarter as well. The implications, Miguel Pupo with Joel Vaughan, that'd be an interesting one as well. Let's go down and find out exactly what we're doing this morning. Joanna Garnell is with Travis.
Good morning, guys. Better morning, Travis. I mean, that looks like the fog is cooperating a little bit. Could we potentially have a finals day today?
Oh, you might have just jinxed it. No, so far so good. We can see the waves, which is always a good sign. Potential finals day today. I'm not sure if we have 7 hours in it today with the tides. Right now it's pretty fun and it should improve as the tide goes out. But yeah, we'll make a call towards the end of the men's quarters whether we want to keep going. My gut tells me probably finishing off tomorrow, but we're giving ourselves a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single day has been very struggling, right?
Yeah, it's been challenging. It always is in Europe, but I mean, on the flip side of that, we've had amazing waves, and that's what you want when you're qualifying people onto the CT. So we'll take it.
Well, these quarterfinals are super important because we're potentially also qualifying some people for the CT, right?
Every heat right now, it's the points are so huge right now. So it's like career make or break is every single heat. So it's going to be an exciting day.
Any standouts in your opinion?
So many standouts. I always love it when the veterans really show their stuff again and start showing the young ones what's up, like Alejo and Miguel. I love seeing that. So maybe I'm just a bit biased because I'm an old wily veteran too. So yeah.
Thanks for that, Travis. We're on.
Thank you, Joanna. A lot of talking points there. But first one, the hat's back on, Ben. What does that mean? What does it symbolise?
Well, it means that we're back on track. You know what? There's been a bumpy road. He's had to navigate a few different experiences, but the hat's on. Perched nice and high.
How many of those?
We are in safe hands.
How many of those black trucker sniper hats do you reckon he has? That one had a little palm tree on the front. Nice little touch.
Good quiver of them. So we're on with the women this morning. It's official from Travis. Let's have a look at the women's bracket for the quarterfinals here and see how these are shaping up. So major implications, because just the 5 spots remaining. That first one we saw Sal in the arrivals there getting ready. Should be relishing to take on one of the youngsters, and Laura Raup.
Yeah, well, she sort of went to bed last night, sort of pretty confident, knowing what she had to do, and she's woke up this morning knowing that she has qualified for the CT. Sally Fitzgibbons, by virtue of the various way the permutations fell overnight and the other results, she's on, she's done. So yet again, Sally Fitzgibbons qualified for the CT. She's done it in Portugal again, and now she's just going to try and win the event. So that is massive news for Sal and for surfing to have her back where she belongs.
Yeah, it was like one of those golf putts where the ball just hung on the lip, and then overnight the maths sort of figured itself out and plop in the cup. Sal back on tour. Second quarterfinal, Yolanda Hopkins from right here in Portugal up against Noah Clapp. Quarter 3, Kira Pinkerton up against Bella Kenworthy. She qualified yesterday, so we have 2 on the tour. And we are underway in the first of our women's quarterfinals. Sally Fitzgibbons, ranked first on the Challenger Series, officially qualified for the 2025 Championship Tour, up against the Brazilian Laura Rupp, who has nothing to lose.
Yeah, well, you followed Sally's career pretty closely throughout there, Binzi. I just think in terms of what she's trying to achieve at the moment, I don't know if it's necessarily goal-based so much as sort of vibe-based, because she just seems really content with everything. The last couple of years, results haven't gone necessarily her way on the CT, but she doesn't seem to sort of get sad about it. She just seems almost more positive than ever. How's that?
Oh, 100%. That's her whole ethos. And if you asked her what her goals are for next year, it'd be to win a world title. There is nothing short of. I think she's got 4 runners-up over the years. She's won a ton of CTs as well, well into the double figures. And she's never, ever there just to make up numbers. She wants that world title. She'd love, she'd want to go to the next Olympics in LA in 2028. It's all still on the radar for Sally Fitzgibbons.
So a big difference in positioning. Sally way down the reef compared to the younger Brazilian Laura Rapp, who sits up the top of the point. And at the moment, those two, a picture of focus. Just looking at the horizon, there's Sal's dad. He's been around her career for a long time, supporting her, helping make sure she's comfortable out on the road. By the time you've got all that experience, isn't that much traveling, you've got sort of got favourite places figured out wherever you are. It just makes it all that much easier and more enjoyable as well, Sally.
Yeah, 12 wins on the championship tour. She's also won 4 ISA World Championship titles. So World Junior Champion in 2007, 3 runner-ups. So, yeah, pretty stacked resume.
Here's Laura, paddle from her, and she's up. The young Brazilian pushing off the bottom. And a quick carve, not putting loads into that first turn. This is a nice section here, though. She'll go into the lip. Gives it a little flick. It's not the most emphatic opening for her. Maybe just playing that a touch safe in comparison where she might need to go. It just depends how hard you push and that all-important degree of difficulty on our criteria. An opening wave from her. And that will leave Sal with our first priority. She'll sit up the top. This tide is going out for the moment. It's going to get shallower on there. Let's see what it does to the waves. Here's Sal. She's identified an opportunity, and with some speed, carves to snaps. And again, opens up the body that time with a bit more rail in the water and plenty of spray. And then a finish from her, just kind of slashing that turn down in the closeout section. So a little bit more vigor in the surfing of Sal in that exchange.
Yep. She's won Bells twice. Her first win on the championship tour was at Bells all the way back in 2011. This is looking like a small onshore day at Winky Pop right now. Sally works her way down the line and kicks out, knowing that she's got a decent handful of points on the board as a result of her opening salvo just there. So 5 minutes gone in the first quarterfinal.
Yeah, identifying this morning that it's not sit there and wait for too long. Go out and post some scores. This was Laura's wave.
Yeah, not quite as long and running as Sally's, but a couple of sections cracked them strongly. And, pretty even exchange for the two women to kick-start quarterfinals. So 7 hours of surfing still to run. 7 heats on both sides of the draw. There's a huge swell out in the Atlantic brewing at the moment. It's going to be massive up and down this coast next week. A lot of stormy and onshore conditions coming with it as well.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the Surfline forecast and see exactly what's brewing, what we got, what we're looking at in the short term. And also a little bit more down the line. Of course, the event will wrap up tomorrow at the very latest. It might finish today. It's official from Trav. This is what is coming towards us, Binzi. And these are these west swells that have been a pretty solid direct hit here. Surf likely rebuilds on Sunday, but maybe with a bit of wind.
Yeah, it's looking onshore, but it's not too much of an issue here. Just a crumbly lip to tear into or even launch off down the line. As you can see, it's dropping this afternoon as the onshore comes up a little, and the tide will also fill in.
Yeah, maybe that'd be the issue, won't it? It is a bit smaller out there today, which with the high tide can be just slightly problematic on the smaller days, just having enough breaking waves for our surfers. That was Travi's concern. So we'll see. We potentially are looking at finals day here and a dramatic conclusion to the EDP Ericeira Pro. But right now, we know that we're running through quarters. First women's quarter out in the water. And on the opening exchange, well, we'll see where it goes with the panel. It's going to be a real close one. Actually, looks like Laura that gets it. So a 5 for Laura, a 4-5 for Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally, of course, out there in the red jersey and in a really strong position in the rankings on the leaderboard. She's winning this tour. So the #1 ranked surfer, Sally Fitzgibbons. The live rankings, she's actually currently, just as of this heat, just dropped down to second.
Yep, I'm sure if she gets through this one, she will then flip-flop that with Bella. And, she heads off to Rio. She's won there on the championship tour, so she'll be feeling confident on the Challenger Series as well.
Of the surfers in 4th and 5th, Erin Brooks and Nadia Aristabi, of course, Bella Nichols still in. Which one's more nervous? They're both out.
Well, Nadia Aristabe. Erin is holding on to a win, which is just huge. That 10,000 points is pretty much half of the qualification score taken care of.
Laura Rapp down there in 16th. So she has moved up loads as of right now, as of the fact she's in a quarterfinal. So potentially a really, really big result on the card for her. As this story of the Brazilian success continues in Portugal. So many of them in the draw on the men's side. And here with the women as well. Laura Rapp with a great shot at a semi. She did marginally get the best of the opening exchange. Just the 2 turns from her. Gets a 5. Sal got a 4-5 for her effort, and she'll go again here. And just carving down on a bit of a soft pocket. See, she's sort of having to work a little bit to get that board going, so it's not quite enough in terms of the height of the wave and the push, just to sort of drop down. She's sort of S-ing a little bit just to get going. And the sets will have a bit more power behind them, a bit more push. She's just trying to muster something up. Well, she doesn't have priority. I think she'll keep doing that throughout. Still plenty of time in this one to see a bit of real quality come through. But you can already feel in terms of that energy, Binzi, it's a little bit sluggish at the moment.
Yeah, it is. As we heard from Trav, it's, the tide's still got a little bit to drain out. Hopefully that increases the push on the waves a little bit more. But yeah, slow and sleepy start. We've been very lucky with waves this week, not so lucky with the visibility. Unfortunately, we've lost quite a few hours of pumping waves purely as a result of the fog, but we've still had such consistent swell all week that it's allowed us to be in this strong position where we've only got 7 hours of surfing to run, and we've got a whole weekend to take care of all of it. So we can, thankfully, as long as the fog stays away from now on, we can pick the best parts of the swell, the wind and the tide to get the job done. Yeah, well, the wind reveal on that flag, it's south, straight south, which not super common wind around here. So that blowing up the coast. And that's part of the reason why we've had this little system just kind of stuck over us. We have been dealing with a bit of fog, a bit of mizzle as well. Quite damp. Very humid. Yeah, a little bit. It's not been cold at all, though. So traditionally this time of year, you'd expect kind of chilly mornings, and then it gets hot in the day. It's not been like that at all. We've only had a degree or 2 difference between the overnight low and the daily high. That's because we've been basically under a cloud. Here goes Sally Fitzgibbons. Have a picture of bright sunshine and positivity as she'll go nice off the top of that snap. And again, just snapping out the tail to basically stop the board, really. So again, just trying to find something under prior. I think that'll be a theme she'll continue with. She'll look to try and make hay on those little insiders. What do we think? Yeah, pretty lively. This is obviously going to get rid of her 2.5. That turn was strong. Back foot slipped a little on that, so that's not going to count. So just the one turn of any real significance for Sal. And she's out there. And on rail, it's nicely done. Possibly a little bit flat. And that turn was way too flat. Pop the fins out. Yeah, it's only narrowly going to increase her 2-wave total. 3.17 the result. Does slightly extend her lead, but Laura Rupp is just chasing a 2.67, and she's looking at an opportunity right now.
Bomb at the back, can't quite get there, couldn't get wide enough. There'll be 1 behind it, maybe
2 behind it.
Yeah, maybe she'll get that. In fact, the wave that she could have got, we're watching, that's actually pretty fat, so it looked like she really wanted it, but she sort of did herself a favour by being out of position, because that wave didn't really go anywhere. Sal might go on the inside. She'll have a look. This is live action. Sally Fitzgibbons. So the second wave of the set from the inside. And Sal looking down the line, getting that turn done through the lip, and then continues on a run down the point, going past the reef, pretty close. Gets a turn through on the inside.
I think Laura Rupp was on the wave behind. She will have got this from quite a bit further out the back. So we'll need to catch up on a replay to figure out what Laura got up to. There's Sal. So she's looking sharp this morning. Wasted movements. Everything's coming together nicely. The board's looking really good underfoot. 2 strong turns. Nicely placed. And she's out of there as things get mighty shallow on the inside. Laura up. I guess it was just this one turn. So the bigger wave of the set, the third wave there, didn't really amount to much. So maybe Sally sitting on the inside a little bit further down the line, even without priority. It's just giving her an opportunity to stay on the move and keep chipping away, building her score little by little. She's got a number to come in. You'd imagine it's going to be close to her first wave, somewhere between the 3 and the 4. And just put that tiny little bit more pressure on Laura. But 14 minutes gone in this heat. We're still waiting for someone to really grab an opportunity and put some solid points on the board.
Yeah, getting down towards that halfway mark. And at the moment, it's a case of sort of maximising whatever comes through, which hasn't been loads, actually. Starting to see some of these waves, and we'll probably see our surfers kind of shift the position. Sally's been sitting quite far on the inside, actually. So only sort of 2 turns, and she's on those rocks on the inside real quick. Laura with the priority, and then that'll be gone because she was just up and down and out real quick. And she'll go again here.
She managed to get priority back.
Yeah, Sally wasn't quite in the lineup, was she? So
one turn.
And going down over some wobbly sections. And now with a bit of meat here, and she'll just pop that tail out and lose the footing. So it's a nervy start here.
Yeah.
Couple of mistakes there. And not really finding loads of rhythm as yet so far in this heat. She did get that 5 early on.
So here's the replay. Eyed off this first section. Yeah, driving turn, a little bit of projection down the line. That was a bit of a setup, and then she really needed to capitalise on this opportunity. Everything looked like it was going well until it wasn't. Back foot popped up, a little bit of a layback, and she is out of there. Here goes Sally on her 5th wave, so she's staying very busy. She's about to drop in what's looking like it could be the strongest score of the heat so far, and this one's going to go up into that range as well. Releases the tail. You thought she might have been done with the wave, but somehow came out of it with plenty of speed, straight back up into the lip, and unfortunately couldn't get the completion, but nonetheless, her last wave of 5.83 extends her lead. Laura up now chasing less, well, half a point less than that, a 5.34, but Sally's got another number to come with 14 minutes to run. Here is the replay, Paul.
Yeah, it just goes to show, aside from anything else in terms of just the ability you bring, but by catching more waves on the inside, just finding that rhythm. It's the first heat of the day. You can forgive our surfers for maybe not being totally warmed up and dialed in, but one way to do that is to keep surfing in your heats. When you don't have priority, you keep catching waves, you can kind of surf yourself into rhythm. I feel like her sort of baseline level of that is already really high anyway, but getting a read on conditions as the heat progresses, and then when the good opportunities do come through, she's good enough to absolutely use them. We talk about mistake-free surfing, making good choices and decisions. That's what we're seeing from Sal, really maximising those opportunities, being a little bit sort of mentally nimble as well, maybe with the game plan. Obviously you have plan A coming in, but you reckon she's probably got B and C figured out as well. Maybe just shift to them as conditions maybe don't play out exactly how you envisioned them. It's always tough, the first heat of the day. You haven't had loads of time to look at it. But at the moment, Sally Fitzgibbons is wresting control of this. She goes to first, and she's got another score to come in as well. Could well be a pretty decent one. 13 minutes on the clock here. Sally Fitzgibbons is going back to the championship tour by virtue of making this round, the quarterfinals. At the moment, she's heading to semi-finals as well. That's unless, of course, Laura Rapp can make a bit of a comeback. Find out if she does, live from Portugal, right after this.
Sally, the previous one, a 5.83, that's now Red's new backup, and the last of Red, a 6.5, that's now Red's high score. Those are also the top 2 scores of the heat. Laura with priority is blue, second priority Red. Laura at this stage, blue is chasing a 7.33. Blue seems on 5 and 3.43, meaning 7.33 for 12 minutes. We got no other help.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Portugal. Quarterfinals underway in the water. Right now you're watching Sally Fitzgibbons, who's heading back to the CT. She's got qualification done on the Challenger. She's ripped all year. She's going all right in the quarterfinal as well against the young Brazilian Laura Rapp, who has priority. Not exactly a mountain to climb, but a pretty solid hill. 7.33 is the number that Laura's looking for right now. She's got just over 10 minutes to find that. Well, she hasn't had Binzi's loads of rhythm as yet in this quarter.
Yeah, that's correct. And I heard you and Mondi yesterday debating, you know, which of the surfers like to start their days early, who sleeps in. I think Kelly Slater was your sleep-in call. This lady on screen, Sally Fitzgibbons, for years, she and Carissa Moore, it was almost a battle to see who could be out first at a CT every morning.
Sort of a national characteristic for the Australians, certainly the East Coasters, right?
Getting up early?
Yeah.
Well, on the East Coast.
It'd be a bummer if you were a sleepy-in person and you coming from over there, you'd be a bit of an outlier.
You can't be. And you do wake up near the beach at any time before 5 in the morning, and it's boot camps and, you know, yoga and joggers and cyclists and the works. Gold Coast in Queensland, no daylight saving time. Gets light in summer about 4 a.m. and it's wild. You just want to get up and quickly check the surf, and you feel guilty you can't go back to sleep. But Sally's one of them. The other thing she loves to do at events, she's a incredibly fit person. She ran track for Australia in the Junior Olympics, that kind of stuff. She gets the lay of the land at any town that she goes to. She just runs around. She goes for, you know, 5-10 kilometre runs around the towns and up and down the coast, and figures out all the nooks and crannies. So, yeah, she's great, Sal. She's a welcome presence on any tour that she participates in.
In terms of the last couple of seasons, not making the cut on the CT, was that just a result of the talent that's coming on there? Is it her surfing? Like, we've been quite surprised to see her struggle to make the cut.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's been on the tour for so long. I think 2011 was her first year. You're allowed to have, you know, you have form slumps every now and then, and with the cut, it's just those 5 events. It's so brutal. I mean, Sally won her last CT in 2021, a Rip Curl Pro Search at Rottnest, so, you know, that wasn't too long ago, and she only narrowly missed out at Margaret River this year. And yeah, I'll see her back.
Let's go and have a word in Sally's camp. Joanna Garnell is with Sal's dad.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Martin, how are you doing today? Little nervous, are you?
Little nervous, yeah.
But I bet you feel a bit like a proud father, because Sally has officially requalified for the 2025 Championship Tour.
Oh, I thought it wasn't decided just yet, but that's great news.
And she had no clue, right?
No, we don't talk about that. We just put it here in the background.
So the nerves are gone?
No, not yet. No, here to do a job. It's hard to believe that, like, I started coaching over 40 years ago, and to spend the last 20 travelling the world with Sal, it's special.
And she is officially requalified, so you must be really happy.
Pretty happy, yeah. Thanks.
Congratulations, Martin.
Bye.
Yeah, well done, Sally Fitz. I think that's quite revealing, the fact that, you know what, there's a heat on, and it's all about getting through the heat you're in. That's part of that success mentality. That's part of the reason why she's been so good for so many years is just that approach, so professional. It's not about resting on your laurels or kicking back or going, yeah, the job's done. It's like, hang on, we're winners. We've got more heats to win.
I don't think Sally's here to qualify. Sally's here to win this event. And you know, anything less than that will be a failure, but the failure will be somewhat counterbalanced by the fact that she's back on the championship tour and we'll be seeing her at Pipeline. What you were saying before about Sally surfing, she's coming back to a tour that looks a little bit different. You know, we've got Fiji back, Tahiti's now a fixture, Pipeline. And Sally's always proved over the years that she loves having a dig. She's gone out at Margaret River and surfed the box in the past. She's put in the time. She's won Fiji twice. She always seems to love an injury or having something to overcome. Like she wins events with her head bandaged up or with a helmet, or, you know, if she could, I'm sure she'd have crutches down to the waterline. It just seems to be these little obstacles that she loves overcoming that drive her to success every time. So coming back as somewhat of an underdog, she'll, depending on what Steph does, Sally will be the oldest woman on tour. And yeah, she'll just find every little bit of motivation or angle to make herself the underdog in any situation and then use that to spur her on to hopefully achieving glory.
5.5 minutes to go in this first quarter. It's as we were score-wise. Sally Fitz with the lead here. It's quite a decent one. That's 6-5 that she dropped in just before we went to break. Really put a bit of a stranglehold on this. And there's not been loads of energy in between. It really is about waiting for the sets. Probably had 2 of them in that first half of this quarter-final. 2 sets, and the in-between stuff is just a little bit lacking. That tide is pulling out off the reef. There's a lot of water draining and kind of going against the energy of the incoming swell. So the reverse will be true when we do bottom out with the tide though, and all that energy will push back in. But it was a decent start from the Brazilian.
Yeah, it was. This was her 5, which for a minute was, well, for a decent amount of minutes, was the best wave of the heat. But it's been Laura Rupp's only shot fired so far. Sally Fitzgibbons is now throwing away a couple of 4s. She's holding onto a 5 and a 6. And Laura Rupp is chasing a 7.33. Here goes Sal again. She's just stayed really busy. You know, Laura Rupp has been sitting a little bit further up the point, waiting for sets. Even when the sets have come, they haven't quite amounted to much. Sal rolling the dice on the inside on a lot more waves and finding those ones that are giving her the sections, allowing her to open up. And she's got a 5 and a 6. She knows she's capable of a lot more if she gets the right wave. So yeah, expect her to build on that 2-wave total. Laura Rupp knows that she's going to need at least a 7.33, but it could easily be a lot more. Sally Fitz once again having a look at the priority.
Yeah, a little look. Not the wave she was after, but I think it was that tactic and that approach that paid off for her pretty well at the beginning of this seat. I guess from Laura's point of view, though, just not much to lose here, really. The pressure you'd expect coming into this one would be with Sal. Laura, no one really expecting her necessarily. Already got a good result here. Needing that 7, it's a big score, but you know what? Almost make things a little bit easier, doesn't it? She doesn't need to come to the inside and try and get 2 turns real quick. She needs something a little bit decent, so she can allow just to kind of really concentrate and just focus on something of real, true quality. So it just simplifies the task to a certain extent, even though it's going to be a bit of a job to try and find that wave first of all, and then do that kind of surfing. Let's see here. She's interested on a section that is standing up, actually, deep up the reef, and she'll use that priority here. Looking for the 7.33. Here's Laura Rupp. First turn is sluggish and not what she was looking for.
Yeah, well, there's a big rib in the face between Laura and Sally there. You could see when she took off that there was that wedge coming towards her that was almost separating the two. You feel like Sally could have taken off on that second section if she'd wanted to. But Laura's going back to that spot again, so she's obviously seen something there before the heat. This is clearly a deliberate tactic that she's spoken of, you know, her and her camp have worked on, because she just keeps returning to that same spot, even though the evidence would suggest after 28 minutes of research that Sally's roaming strategy is paying off a little bit better.
Here we go. Laura's up again here, still looking for the number. She's got a little bit of a run up. It is a smaller wave. Bang. Nice speed turn into the lip. And again, so it's going to feel good just to surf. and get some speed going rather than sitting there in the lineup and thinking about the situation. She'll finish off real close to the reef in there. Not sure we saw a 7. If she improves on the 5, she can bring the number down.
Yep. Well, yeah, let's see how we go. That was not a great wave, but it has allowed her to pull some turns together. Just a smaller inside runner, but first turn was pretty strong. Not much doing on the second. And, nice little carve combo into the lip to wrap up.
Final 90 seconds of this. Just watching it on the replay. It's sticky in the whitewater, isn't it? Her board never really gets out of this whitewater. Generally speaking, that's a difficult place to drive from in terms of getting the speed to make the maneuvers look good. She put everything in terms of commitment super close to the reef. That was a nice turn.
Yeah, and she had to go with, you know, under 2 minutes to go and needing some scores. It's going to improve her 2-wave total. Is not going to bring down the requirement, so she's still looking for that 7.33. But who's to say if the wave hadn't just cupped out a little bit more, been a little bit cleaner, and she'd got through a couple more of those turns, it could have been up over the 5 and improved the situation.
This view shows some energy. Fill it in from way out the back. Priority and the lead with Sally Fitzgibbons, who once again is heading to the championship tour. She's qualified through the Challenger Series again. She's back on the CT for 2025. Right now she's heading to the semi-finals. She might have a bomb here just to sort of put a little bow on this heat. She won't actually get in a position to go there. She won't mind the fact that the wave didn't break, and she'll just control this one with all of that experience now, just slightly closer to the peak than her adversary. And it's a well-surfed event for Laura Rapp. She's got a bright future ahead of her. That's a really nice moment. With Sally commiserating her as well. And I think if you're Laura Rapp and you're looking for role models, Binzi, there's no one really to look to past Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, she's a pretty inspirational athlete. I'm going to go and have a chat with her. You got any questions?
So many.
Fire them my way, and let's see what I can get out of Sal. Go break the good news to her.
Yeah, so we're underway here with quarterfinals. The second quarter features Yolanda Hopkins and Noah Clapp. And we're underway here. Could be finals day. We're going to make that call depending on conditions. More live action from the challengers in Portugal right after this.
Welcome back to live action. That is Sally Fitzgibbons. There's claps all around. She is qualified for the CT. You can see the relief. You can see what it means. So there's a dad, and one of the greats of Australian surfing, one of the greats of surfing, full stop, is now on tour for 2025. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves, and well, that's good news for surfing, isn't it, Chico?
Yeah, amazing news. Sally is an amazing surfer. She's been there. She has been quite close to actually being a world champion. So it's an amazing surfer to be back on tour.
Yeah, she's so good at soaking up the pressure, and she's just like dealt with it all the whole way through. She's been calm and composed, and then she's absolutely smashed out. But one of the lovely sort of lovely features we saw of her, giving Laura up a big hug, bit of advice. She's, she cares so much about the future of the sport, and she's still going on and still so good at it.
Yeah, she is, and she's just that role model that you want to have. And I don't think she's only a role model for a generation, but for any generation that comes after. And Laura Raup being that generation after from Brazil, she might be taking notes just for competing with her. So she's a real big addition always to any event.
And there's Yolanda Hopkins. This is while we were having that break, and getting busy. The Portuguese surfer, she is on the cusp potentially of a really big career-defining result here. She's staying busy as ever. A lot of movement, not a lot of turns, but a lot of action, and finishes off. So, and kicks out before the rocks, well, on the rocks. So, what will be her strategy, do you think, Chico, in this quarterfinal?
Well, I think she's going to be on attack mode. I really like Coach John there. And she goes again.
Live action, so she's staying busy. So that could be part of the strategy. Attack mode, as Chico said, not a bad approach. Got a good start already. And we'll try and put her inexperienced opponent, Noah Clapp, from Malibu, under pressure. See that first wave came in at a 5.17. So a decent number for Hopkins, given the, given how much this means, just to get a nice little start. And there's that carve, Chico. She's always busy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the first carve, as you said. Nice extension there of the body, a bit more amplitude on that first turn. And she was able to back it up with a bit of a snap there. And, well, she didn't got the finish, but I really enjoyed the first carve.
Yeah, and she's just identified this inside section, I think, and she's just not going to give up. She's going to go and go and go. You can see her approach. She's like, right, I don't care. I'm catching anything that comes my way. I'm staying busy. I'm staying in attack mode, and see what comes off. And she's already got 3 waves in the space of 5 minutes. So it's all going on. I'll tell you what else is all going on. It's Chris Binns down with the freshly qualified CT surfer for 2025, Sally Fitzgibbons.
That's right, she's back! Sally Fitzgibbons, congratulations, you are on the 2025 Championship Tour.
Well, I didn't really think that's happening today, because I just knew I had to keep pushing towards the final. And I don't know, I guess I stopped drawing the finish lines for myself, and because I know to stay alive in this game, I got to keep evolving. So even though that may be the imminent goal, it's like to move to the place, the destination we're all seeking from this series is to go back against the best. And yeah, there's many hurdles there, and to show up and perform at your best. But I guess I was just walking along this morning and looking at like all the pavement, and there's all these little weeds growing in like the cracks of the pavement. And it was a pretty good analogy. I was just like, there's always things to layer on top of you, and like somehow you got to weasel through the cracks and kind of come up for air and have some green shoots. And that's kind of what I feel in my surfing. I've laid the foundations, and now it's cool to see a little bit of greenery and get these rewards.
When you come to an event like this, you're coming to win the event though, right? You're not doing the qualification scenarios and the maths the whole time?
Oh, no, that's for the mathematicians. For us, it's a pretty simple recipe. You're trying to, go all the way to that finals day, but perform pretty freely. Like, you want to express your surfing. I want to go out each time and find a little more and surf freely and attack. So if I can do that all the way to the final, that just feels so good. The more surfing you can do, we're just hungry at heart, and we just want to surf.
Knowing your growth mindset, you got cut, that's brutal. This little 6-month detour to the Challenger Series, you're going to take a lot away from it, right?
Getting cut, like the rejection part, I think as a human quality, when you get rejected from something, it's so painful. Like, it breaks your heart into a million pieces. And I have to pay credit to my environment back at home, like nature, and where I go home to connect in space and rebuild, and the community there, everyone in Giroa, all my people, my family that get around me, and they enabled me to kind of get that energy and continue the belief that the results are going to fluctuate. So you kind of enjoy that, and then oh man, it feels so good to kind of rally and get back to this event and the next one in Sacramento. I feel so fresh and free and excited to be here.
It must have hurt missing Fiji this year since they've just added it back to tour. You've won there twice. How excited are you to get to Fiji next year? Go for the hat trick.
Oh, what a cool goal. Like, such fond memories there. And I think at this point in time when you get a bit of airspace like this, it's just paying credit to the generation before me. I respect all the women so much and so deeply, and I just thank them for paving this way for us. Like, the landscape and the environment we're in was made easier because of them, and they were charging Fiji, inspiring me, like, since I was a Grom. So yeah, that is a cool goal to head back there, but it's just a moment to pause and say thanks, and I respect you guys so much, so thank you.
Now that Chris has stepped away, who's your competition to be first out in the lineup every morning?
Oh gosh, there's so many. I feel like Courtney and I back in the day were rallying, and now they're out there in the dark. I think they eat a lot of carrots or something, but they seem to have night vision these days. So I pick and choose my moments, but yeah, I'm so excited to be a part of and amongst this generation of surfers.
All right, well, it's mid-afternoon grand final weekend back home in Australia. You've obviously got a lot of friends and family who are pretty excited. Do you want to give any words to them all?
Oh, everyone's around the dinner table at the moment, so thank you guys. Thanks for enduring everything with me and knowing those emotional bumps. I know I always have a smile on my face, but you know the hurt underneath and what it takes to be here. So thanks for rallying around us, and 89 lives on. Yoo-hoo.
Congrats, Sal.
Thanks, guys.
What a great interview. Well done, Chris, and well done, Sally. Yeah, she covered so much ground there in a short space of time, just in terms of articulating where she's from, the people that have got her there, and a mindset. So yeah, great chat from Sal, and there's a mistake potentially from Noah. She paddled for that way without priority and swaps. You don't give Yolanda Hopkins any incentive to punish you, and she's done that. Here goes Hopkins driving down the line.
Wow.
One big turn, so Clapp may have been a little bit lucky there. Yo's busy approach means she's going to come paddle for anything at the moment, and got one big turn, but didn't get a chance to capitalise. But yeah, Sal, as we said, Shiko, she, there was so much to unpick there, wasn't there? Like, she talked about the weeds analogy. She talked about those surfers before her that have laid the landscape for them. Then she talked about her home. So, yeah, there's obviously a lot goes into getting back on tour, right? Hold that thought as we see Noah Clapp. This is her first meaningful wave. Nice little turn. So 10 minutes gone. She'll feel at least a little bit more relaxed, just getting that wave out from under her feet. Hasn't got any sort of big numbers at all. Hopkins with a couple of fives. So Clapp at least back in the game and still got 20 minutes on the clock.
And what I found quite interesting is Noah Clapp, she's surfing with the same board throughout the whole event.
Yeah.
So it was like 8 foot, and now it's 1 foot. And
she said, yeah, what did you ask her about that? I think maybe Christy. She said, nah, this is the board I go to. I ride this all the time. It's my favourite board, favourite model. No need to overthink it. It goes good, yeah, as you say, in all conditions. So, yeah, she's just sticking to that same model. And I'm
wondering if she qualifies, if she uses the same one.
Yeah, same one, sure. Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Everywhere.
It's just a one-board quiver. It's good for baggage fees.
Imagine.
Not easy to get around.
Chopo, arriving at Chopo with the same one.
Yeah.
You go to Huntington.
No, yeah, should be waiting there. Noah Clapp had a really best performance of her career so far in terms of the Challenger Series, and she's been a real breath of fresh air. She travelled over here with a partner, boyfriend Taro Watanabe, and 2 Malibu surfers making their mark. And Noah, she's still got plenty left in this. Only 18 minutes on the clock and only a couple of fives for Yolanda. Yolanda has put her under pressure, but they're not huge scores. You wonder if Yo has to maybe just regroup a little bit. She had that strong start. Do you think maybe it might be time to be a little bit more patient, start looking for those bigger set waves, or you reckon she's still just going to keep catching anything she can?
No, I think the strategy was to stay on that inside section and get a few scores, and then wait for a better one. And that works a lot in Ribera, just because you tend to sit out the back and really wait for the one. and many times that wave doesn't come, and Yo now with a bit of opportunity on this one. Looks like a good one to me, Ben.
Yeah, Yo's identified it, and here she goes. Portuguese hope. Only Portuguese left in the event. And there's one turn, but it's not the way she wanted it. John likes it, but I just think she maybe got caught. Both surfers. Noah paddled up the line. She went a bit deeper, and I think Yo sort of followed her. I think that maybe they just both led a bit out of position, Chico.
I think Yo was a bit more to the left of Noah's, but this turn alone was nice. I don't know if she will improve the 517, but it was a set wave, release of the fins, really critical, pushes really hard. She might actually...
Pretty sick turn.
Yeah, it was.
She just needed a few more of them to break out of that 5-point range.
And now Noah with priority, she's already needing a 701, so let's see if she can come back from this.
Yeah, well, she's young and relatively inexperienced, so this is the type of situation she's going to find herself in. You know, more and more, basically, as you get to this elite level of the sport, you get put under the pressure, you get put under the pump. It's how you respond is pretty crucial. And we've got Yolanda Hopkins. Well, Yo's been thereabouts most of the year. She came into this event ranked number 11 on the Challenger Series rankings. So, you know, with a very, very outside chance of getting for the CT, where if she would make it, she'd be talking to that young lady there, Bella Kenworthy, who's already qualified. So she's going to this quarterfinal pretty relaxed. No huge pressure on her anymore. Just going to try and perform up to her ability. Kira Pinkerton, meanwhile, is on the cusp of a potential massive result in terms of her career. It's a really, really interesting matchup between the two Americans who know each other quite well. But yeah, Yo, and she would have known that, you know, all the people basically above her on the rankings have been knocked out. So Hopkins has a massive opportunity, maybe not to qualify, but at least have a massive chance of doing so in Brazil. Meanwhile, Clapp tries to get her heat and quarterfinal start, a little carving check turn, a little bit of a lateral backhand. It hasn't stood up yet. She needs this backhand vertical. That's her strength. There's a bit more, a bit of tail release and another. So not exactly huge numbers, but you can feel she's starting to get a groove on. And we'll see if Yo can capitalize on the next one. Yeah, but all those surfers above Yolanda Hopkins on the ratings, Tessa Tyson, Sophie Medina, Alyssa Spencer, Bronte McCauley, Bahina Farrow, Luana Silva, Nadia Aristaba, Erin Brooks are all knocked out of the event. So every surfer from 3 down to her is gone. So Yolanda sitting on a potential position here to really improve. But she's got to beat this lady in her heat. Noah Clapp. There's one turn here, Chico, you liked, but the rest of it a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that big turn there. I think this is going to be a good number for her. I think she will get back into this heat as we see live action now.
Yeah, this looks like a better wave for Yo. See if she did any work out the back. A little bit frothy on the inside. Conditions looking pretty good, pretty consistent compared to that first heat. It's a bit of a slow heat with the first one with Sally Fitzgibbons. Now it's just starting to get a little bit more action in the water. We're going to have a look at this wave, Chico. What do you do at the back?
Yeah, she comes off the bottom, really tight jam in the pocket. Big one, probably the best turn she got until now. And she was on her way to a big number for sure. But Yolanda, once she has a bit of a juice to open up, she will. So
yeah, here's the angle, the other angle of it.
Well, I don't think this is the same wave. I think she was paddling back up and she caught that one. Yeah,
it's hard to keep track of. You know, she's already got 5, 6, 7 waves. She's staying busy. John likes it, the coach. Yolanda, real battler, and you know, trying to put. We talk about all those scenarios and all the people above. It's pretty hard to just keep that out of your mind and surf the heat itself. She's focused. She knows the game well, and now she's got a pretty solid start and got a bit of a heat lead. But we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, right after this. situation here. We have Yolanda Hopkins in the red, Noah Clapp in the blue. The current situation sees Hopkins with a 10.34 heat total, Noah Clapp with a 7.9, so it's pretty tight at the moment. The last wave for Clapp coming in at 3.97. That's got her back in the game. As you said, already a good result for Hopkins. You must know where she's placed, where she goes up to. Where do you reckon how many points she gets for quarterfinal, Chico?
Yeah, now she's currently in 9th place, so she gained a bit of ground. But if she makes this one, I know she's gonna.
How many points does she get for the quarterfinal, do you think?
She's gonna get more than 6,085 points. So that's quite a good improvement, I would say. What do you reckon, Ben?
Yeah, no, exactly right. I'm impressed with the research.
How do you deal with this type of information?
It feels almost like there's someone in your ear telling what's going on. But yeah, it's look, she's got big points. She's going to move up massively up, maybe up to the 5th or 6th potentially. If she wins it, well, tell you what, she's going to go to Brazil looking absolutely on fire. Look, it's a big ask. She's still got to get through this heat against Noah, who's starting to fire back. She's also going to come up against some incredible surfers potential. I think, Sally Fitzgibbons in the semi-final. So yeah, there's a lot to come. Right now, she's got 9.5 minutes trying to protect the lead. She's got priority, and she's in a fairly comfortable spot. But do you think she'd be happy with 2.5s, Chico?
Not really. It's a quite vulnerable situation. For this heat, though, feels good, right? For the scenario of the whole competition, 2.5s wasn't quite enough. Was right or thereabout on the four women's heats, but right now you need a bit more. But with 9 minutes to go, I feel like that's quite a really good combined total for the conditions we have on end. So a 5.17 and a 5.17, yeah, Yolanda looking good on this one. Noah Clapp improved a bit, 3.97 for that wave we just saw on the replay before, and looks like she's going to go on this one. No, decides not to go. There's a bit of lines hitting the lineup soon, and the swell direction changed a bit, right, Ben? The wave looks a bit different.
Yeah, a bit more disjointed, right? So I think there's been a tiny little bit of a maybe a drop in the period, and then also a little swing to the north of that swell, not bang on west as we've had all week, but still, plenty of energy as we see these ones. Yo's going to have to make a decision. Looks like she's let. And that's potentially. Is that a change? Noah tried to sell her. She did a pretty good job of it, and she's got priority, so that was a mistake. And now we see Clapp. Can she make the most of it? And the first turn strong in the pocket. And there's this 2-turn combo, and she likes it on the back of sucking in Yolanda to a unforced error, really. Yo just had to look at her own, just choose her own wave. She had priority. It's irrelevant what Clapp was doing. But somehow she fell into the trap, I think, which is not like Yolanda. And hopefully she's not going to let it get to her too much, but that was a mistake. But tell you what, look, she paddled for it, and she knows straight away that was an error. And then Clapp, I tell you what, she didn't muck around in capitalising, Chico.
Yeah, she's going to get a big number and get the score for sure, the 6.37. That first turn was really big, and she was able to back it up with a big turn at the end section. I feel like this is going to go into the 7s for sure, just because of this turn. Was a really big turn, and then she got the finish, Ben. Look at this, bang.
Yeah,
that was really good.
Great surfing, growing up Mal. But here goes Yo, fighting back. Nice turn, click off the foam is good. Calves around the corner, all sorts of energy. She's pumping down the line, looking for a finish, and gets it. Doesn't get it because she likes it. John likes it. Some Clapp going on, and scores coming in. So Noah Clapp got a 7.5 for that 2-turn combo, and that has absolutely upset the apple cart in terms of Hopkins. Hopkins trying to fight back here. We'll see what she did, Chico. Needing a 6.3 as it stands. Is it better than her other two waves?
Well, I don't think so. She did a lot of hard work on this one, but she didn't got the finish. The wave was quite small. And yeah, I don't think she will improve just because of the fall there. But she just couldn't do anything, just because if she had landed that last turn, she would get into those rocks and maybe damage her board. But yeah, Yolanda, she's got an amazing fighting spirit. If there's someone that come back from this one is Yolanda, needing a 6-3-1, but Noah Clapp, well, yeah, as you said, just like playing a bit there with Yolanda's mind.
She did, and yeah, it's one of those situations. Surfing is difficult. One, you know, you make a mistake and it can absolutely be compounded pretty quickly. That was the case within 5 seconds. She got from having priority, you know, being in control, getting the next best wave, to making a mistake, and then, you know, straight away Noah just comes in with a 2-turn combo, 7.5, and now she's up against it. So,
and Noah, it's her first challenger event this year, right? She's only 21.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's a lot of to unpack here, right? And to know that she's surfing this well on her first challenger event with only 21 years old, it's also, we've been speaking about Tia Zabrowski, but we got to give heads up to such a young lady like Noah Clapp.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great to see, you know, you see these fresh faces come in, so much talent, hasn't got a whole lot of industry support. She said she's looking for sponsors. I'll tell you what, making the semi-final of a Challenger Series was one way to do that pretty well. She's not there yet, but she's got 1 foot in the door with 4 minutes to go. Yo takes out the plugs just to get the scores, get herself back into it. Looks a little, not rattled, but concerned. And she knows she needs now a 6.31. So she's going to need a pretty better wave. She's been getting a lot of fives. She's been caught in the 5 zone. She just needs to crack out of that. And we're going to have a look how she got there. Really busy at the start, Chico. But it all came down to one clutch moment.
Yeah, it was all about Yolanda getting that first carve, big hit off the top. 517 and another 517 on this one. So 2 517s to start this heat off. 2 similar waves. That one was a bit better in my opinion, just because of that first carve was really powerful from Yolanda. And yeah, suddenly Noah Clapp was a bit behind, not really finding a rhythm up there with the 397 on this one. Having a really hard time, Ben, to make up with Yolanda's scores, but suddenly things change. Yolanda just made a paddle mistake on this one.
Yeah, this
is
the moment.
Behind. And behind there was a bomb like this, and Noah Clapp just plug away some big turns, and yep, 7.5.
I don't always give out a shout out to the judges, you know, but I'll tell you what, in that situation, the priority judge and the judges are onto it within a second. They had to inform both surfers within a split second what was going on. They did that. They knew where they were at, and Noah Clapp consolidated. But here goes Yolanda Hopkins. First clip off the top, trying to get some open face. 2 turns haven't been so good, and that wave is not going to be the score she needs. So just not quite getting the open face to show her surfing. Clapp is now swinging more and more. She's got to regroup now. Noah, just get back out there. She's got priority. She needs to play a bit more defense, I'd imagine. As we see Yo now, 2 minutes to go. We talked about how much opportunity, how much is riding on this individual heat at home in Portugal, and up against a relatively low-ranked, inexperienced competitor. She's got, you know, let's call it a favourable draw. Clapp has got real talent, but she hasn't got the experience of, say, the, you know, we just saw Sally Fitzgibbons or Isabel Nichols. Right now, though, the opportunity is slipping through her fingers with 2 minutes on the clock. Clapp with priority. Yolanda needing a 6.31, and knowing that she made a mistake isn't going to make life any easier, trying to just block that out. You just got to get rid of that. You just got to hopefully get one more opportunity and let your surfing do the talking.
Yeah, I feel like right now, being up against the ropes for Yo, she really needs to just let free of that pressure and just try to do the score. As we see, so there's lines approaching. So
I like my talking to do my surfing, but you know, sometimes you got to go both ways. Out the back here, Yo might have a look at this, or at least try and. Yeah, so she's going to have a crack. This will be Yolanda Hopkins' last throw at the dice, you'd imagine. Nice first turn. The wave's sluggish. She's pushing, she keeps trying, she's never going to give up, and she's not going to do it with that wave, so she'll paddle back out quick. You can see John, there's no clapping her hands on that one. He's can see how much it hurts. He put so much work and energy. Would have seen the opportunity coming today, all sorts of possible scenarios, positive and negative. They would have been focusing on the positive ones, but right now, at 45 seconds on the clock, it looks like she's in big strike. It's still a good result. It's just going to be a little bit heartbreaking, the nature of it and the location of it to swallow. She's still got Brazil potentially to go and make that last attempt at it. She has risen up the rankings, but right now she's running out of time. 20 seconds on the clock. Clap with just one wave has turned it 2 turns, can make all the difference. Yolanda going to keep swinging away, and you can tell she's upset. She's visibly upset. And I think it'll be the nature of the loss more than the actual loss itself. It might actually be really hard to deal with. She's strong, but right now that's all over. Hopkins is out, Clapper's in, and that is an absolute enormous result. Chico, how do you, what do you got for me? Process it for me.
I'm just impressed with Noah Clapp. She got a couple of fifths to qualify for the Challenger, a second in Galicia. She comes up and she shows it again. She's on it. She's into the semis. Amazing surfing by the Noah Clapp.
Yeah. Incredible performance from Noah. Ever career result. She's in the semi-finals of a Challenger Series. She's sort of come from nowhere, and she's showing that she's got real talent and real competitive smarts. So she's not only got the the style and the talent. She's got the warrior spirit, and she's just not even smiling yet. There's a little wry grin. So yeah, great surfing from the German flag surfer. She's going to be so stoked with that. Right now, though, as we're in between quarterfinals, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action on the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to live action. We are progressing through the quarterfinals here into quarterfinal number 3. Kira Pinkerton up against Bella Kenworthy. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm bringing Paul Evans back into the booth. Paulie Evans, 2 Americans, 2 young hopes. Who's your money on?
Bella Kenworthy's already qualified. She'll be absolutely delighted with that. It's a huge moment for her. Just in terms of the surfing that I've seen this event, I think Kira Pinkerton's the in-form surfer for me. I think her surfing is a really good fit for this wave in particular. And sometimes when there's maybe just a touch less power out there, you maybe want surfers to kind of bring a bit of their own. I think she might do that here. Let's see.
Okay, and it's interesting sort of dynamic mentally surfing these heats now for likes of Bella. Here she goes. I'll get you to talk through the wave first, and I'll ask a question second.
Yeah, do you know what? I just think that all that scenario stuff, that's for us to talk about as commentators. It's kind of putting the show together. I think for our surfers, that the amount of time they've been doing the heats, it's really just about focusing in on the wave that they're catching, like really being in the moment. There's an example of a much bigger wave, and there's that technique as well, just that flow that she's got with this place. It's been really enjoyable to watch the way she's been putting her waves together, that moment between the sections. She makes it look so easy and effortless. Sometimes in surfing, if you make it look too easy, possibly kind of tempt the judges to underscore you. Obviously, degree of difficulty is in the criteria, but I just think Kira, with this wave, and just the rhythm that she's been showing throughout, she's got the ability to get power at sections that are pretty lackluster, which is a bit of a weapon here at Ribeira.
Yeah, and here she goes again. So Pinkerton up and riding on a 4th wave. First turn, it's pretty good, and she's got this really whippy finish sometimes. There's a little karate chop to the lip and a finish. So you're right, she can really surprise you too. It's suddenly, doesn't think she's got a lot of speed, then suddenly she'll just go whack. She puts on the afterburners and do a really sort of dynamic turn out of nothing. And she's already got some good waves here. Really strong start from home in San Clemente, obviously one of the hotbeds of American surfing. And yeah, as you say, Paul, a bit of element of surprise, but still got the flow as well.
Yeah, it doesn't need a lot of backswing for the turns as well. You see some surfers, they really need to kind of wind up. Kira doesn't need to do that. The technique's really, really good. So able, as we said, to throw the spray and just to do impactful turns, package it together really nicely as well.
Yeah, they talk about in football that you pass the ball with some information on it. Well, I think with Kira, she just sort of, it's more spontaneous, you know, you can't see it coming, and that adds an element of surprise and a bit of wow factor. And she's had a really, really great start to this heat. So that is strong. We've got a lot of scores to drop. Unfortunate there for Yolanda Hopkins. You know, I know you've got a bit of time for you. We've seen her go through heat, but I'll tell you what, the woman that beat her is Noah Clapp, one of her best results of her career, and she's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right, Noah. Yolanda had priority, and you got a 7.5 wave. Did you see that one coming?
Yeah, we were kind of the whole heat just switching off priority, paddling. I lost priority probably like 4 different times, just paddling for waves I didn't even catch or closeouts, and she did that mistake a couple of times as well. So right when she paddled for the one before and lost priority, and then the second one was better, and I got that 7. So yeah, a lot of mistakes in that heat. I'm not very proud of my decisions and stuff, but I'm just happy I got an opportunity to surf again.
But Ribeira's been working really well for you. What's your goal here?
Yeah, I just want to, honestly, my goal of this event was just to make one heat, so I definitely did a lot better than that, so I'm really proud of myself and happy, and I'm just happy I got to show my surfing, and yeah.
And what's up for the rest of the day?
I'm not sure if we surf again. I think there's more heats today, so probably just get some breakfast and relax a little bit, and then prepare for my next heat.
Do you get nervous before your heats?
This event, I haven't really been getting that nervous just because I'm not in the Challenger, so I don't have any ranking or any expectations. I just wanted to make a couple heats, and that's what I did, so yeah.
Well, great job. Congratulations. We'll see you in the semifinals.
Thank you so much, and thank you to anyone watching who supports me, my family, my friends, and yeah, thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
There is a young surfer that is just wearing this whole semi-final Challenger Series with a lightness, isn't she, Paul?
Yeah, totally. You know, we talk about some of that pressure that can build up. She's not feeling any at all. Love her approach. Even like with the board, she's riding the same board regardless. She's aiming to make one heat. That managing expectations, that means get too deep here this morning, Ben. I think that's a key to sort of this happiness rather than success in life.
Absolutely. And she's down here. She hasn't. She's not with a coach. She's just traveling with a partner, Taro. So it's sort of a stripped back kind of easy kind of approach, isn't it? Too much pressure, and yeah, she's in the semi-final and she's not happy with the performance, so she can build on this. Meanwhile, Kenworthy trying to fight back in this quarterfinal, and that is not another good start from Bella. She just hasn't quite got the waves as yet. A 5.83 and a 4.5 for her opponent in red, Kira Pinkerton. So she's got the better of the start. 22 minutes on the clock. Yeah, good numbers, not incredible numbers. And, you know, Kenworthy has shown all year that she can fight back out of dangerous situations when she's boxed in. These swells just coming in, some of the more larger waves of the day on the inside. Just can't get it. Also outside, being mowed down by the foam. So difficult to put yourself in the right position. Still got plenty of time. Also means a lot for Pinkerton. You've sort of got two sides. You've got Clapp, who's, you know, also way down a wild card almost. Kira Pinkerton's quite a lot down the rankings. So that feeling of expectations for her, Paul, now that the scenarios start to open up, it's how you deal with that, right? You can see what could be, you know, there's a massive prize there for Kira now.
Yeah, I think with this story about like her career, if you look at that, that's almost become the norm. It's it's actually Bella Kenworthy is a little bit of the outlier, where someone comes along young with that momentum, they come on the scene, you know, you sort of hear and talk about them, and then they actually achieve that trajectory it maintains on kind of one course, so it's just on the up and up until the qualification. That's actually pretty rare, Phil, these days. You see a lot more stories like the one we see from Kira, where you get that story when she's young, she's getting results, then it becomes difficult. Sometimes it's hard to make the step out of the juniors into the big leagues, and we've seen that happen a lot. And then a lot of surfers, they sort of find they rekindle something, they go back to maybe something that why they originally enjoyed competing and surfing, they find that again, and then they start to shine. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Kira at the moment in this event. She's just really enjoying it. Doesn't also seem to be putting much pressure on herself.
And all that process you talk about, that, you know, that Kira's trajectory as opposed to Bella's is, you know, there's 17 to 21. I mean, that's a pretty pivotal time. You're growing up. You think you know everything when you're 17, don't you? But that's such a pivotal time in terms of maturity and knowing your way around the world. So it's a pretty hard to package all up at that time of your life. And sometimes they come out, you're right, 22, 23, with just a bit more maturity and start to, work out what they want to do with their lives and how they go about it. Well, she's going about it pretty well right now. Kenworthy's just going for those insiders, consistently missing them. So she might maybe just go back out the back, start waiting for those sets and regrouping or resetting.
Those live rankings, you see Kira 13th, she's jumped up by virtue of her showing here so far. And with 20 to go, going all right in this one. She's going to want to put more points up though, but if you're in her position right now, she's set up a really good opportunity to get a win at a major event on the Challenger Series here. Not thinking about that right now in this heat, but she's, well, got a lead in this one. You win your semi, you're through to the final, and it's those kind of moments that, like you said about making decisions in your career, sometimes you sort of have to assess where you are. It's pretty difficult to know when you're not getting the results exactly where you want to go, what you want to do, but never to get a win on the Challenger Series. I mean, that's absolutely massive, and that will really light a fire, I think, as well.
Yeah, a win would get her up to pretty much on 20,000 points, which still isn't quite on the top 5 yet. But I tell you what, going into Brazil, the amount of confidence you have and just knowing that you belong at this level properly, let's not get ahead of ourselves, though, I suppose. That's a couple of heats away. And the thing about these surfing events, the quite good surfers tend to get up, do quite well, and get to the semis and the finals. The Isabella Nichols, the Sally Fitzgibbons, there's Isabella Nichols there, just throwing the footy around, getting ready for her next quarterfinal. She's up against the 13-year-old Brom Zabrowski, so that's a big, big matchup. Really interesting sort of stage. Talk about career, you know, stages of careers. Well, you can't get much earlier than 13. Nichols probably been through that roller coaster of a career you just talked about, Paul, in terms of going up, being on the cusp, coming back, and now she seems a lot more settled and ready to go.
Yeah, as we see Tia looking on, and she's been absolutely incredible.
Thomas Fernandez is a local ripper, often comes down and helps these athletes, just the local knowledge at this wave, which is a tricky wave to read. And just passing on, probably now at this stage of tide, this other swing, he surfed it like this, what,
Question
400
for you,
times? Yeah, hit me.
Do you think it's possible to maybe sort of overthink the wave selection out there today? I mean, how many clues can you really take? Like, we talk about how difficult this is as a way to know what the right ones are, but I mean, can you really take a few like insights and really be able to pick the good ones? I think maybe you've been surfing at this level, you're on the Challenger Series, you should be kind of good enough to know what a good wave looks like.
Yeah, I mean, and also in this situation, you know, it's not a big patch of reef where you're sitting, is it? Like, they're in that little spot there, there's a takeoff zone, waves come in. Although it's, you know, it's almost instinctive. In that case, in the last heat with Yolanda and Noah, there's 2 or 3 waves coming in. Yolanda elected to go for the first one. It wasn't the best one. So I suppose it's only in that situation when there's 1 or 2 waves to choose from, it gets a little bit more tricky. But yeah, most of the time, you know, and they're also in the quarterfinals. There's what, 4 or 5 heats out here just this year. You know, I mean, Tia's a little bit different. She's probably first time she's come down this part of the world and hasn't got a whole lot of, you know, muscle memory in the wave. But yeah, it's an interesting wave, you know. Paul, I think you can overthink it as the answer. I reckon your ability to read the ocean should be what you should trust the most.
Yeah, I guess one of the things pretty unique about surfing as well, that maybe a lot of that information is just sort of real updates as to what exactly has been happening over the last half an hour or so with the ever-changing conditions with the tide. I guess it's really dynamic.
As we see, Pinkerton trying to be dynamic herself, waits for that first turn a little bit late. Now she's looking for an open face. It's a small wave. There's that real slash she's got on lock. Goes to the layback and makes it. So just trying to improve on a 4-5. Might be there or thereabouts. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the coaches. I mean, at the event, one of their main sort of jobs, as far as I can see. I mean, it's hard to actually determine exactly what they do all the time. It's just to give, yeah, you know, how the waves change over the last half an hour or 45 minutes since the surface checked it. I mean, that seems to be a pretty crucial part of relaying that information.
Kira throwing in the layback there, trying to squeeze every drop of potential out of this wave. This is a view from above. You see that real quiet body from her, but just maintains the speed. She kind of flicks off turns that actually turn into like power turns. That's the amount of spray she can get, which is why even on the smaller waves, she's been really impressive throughout the events. Why she's got a reasonable lead in this one. That will just be a throwaway number for her though, but so far, so good from her. It does feel like a story just on that conversation of picking the waves that we've seen. The surfers making heats in the post-heat interview, a lot of the times they've said, oh, I went for the one before and I tried to get it and I missed it and then that one popped up. It does seem to be quite a bit of a random element to getting the good waves out here.
Oh, this whole thing just based on luck. This whole edifice that we're involved in, it's purely based on luck. If that's your question, yeah, that's my answer. Speaking of questions and answers, we've got Joanna Garnell down on the beach.
That's right, I'm here with Kiala, who's Kira's travel buddy at the moment, because unfortunately you lost your heat, right? How's Kira doing?
Yeah, she's doing really good. I like how she's just staying busy, because you just like never know. I feel like out here you just like need one really good wave, one good score, and then you're kind of through.
What have you been up to, both of you? You've been traveling together. Kira had her mom, but she left.
Yeah, her mom was here for a week. Got to see her surf like once, and then she had to go back home. So that was nice. But yeah, the weather's been kind of foggy and cold, so we've been just kind of surfing, like, and then that's kind of it.
Well, great stuff. Kira's been on a tear. Good luck for this round.
Thanks.
Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, and buddy, yeah, just got a corner. Actually, yeah, saw them have a bit of a chat there this morning. Those two, pretty relaxed that pair, Kira and Carol, just sort of hanging out. I actually stole their seat. I had to get up because, you know, I didn't know I'd stolen their seat. It was a bit awkward, but it was all fine. They were pretty polite.
2-second rule, mate. They never heard of it.
I mean, I did have to move their towel and bag and stuff. But yeah, but they were just pretty cruising. Just been going surfing. It has been foggy. It has a whole lot of sun.
It's looking, do you know, it's looking quite bright out there now.
Oh, it's the brightest it's been since I think last week. And yeah, she'll be pretty happy right now. 10.33. See Kenworthy trying to claw her way back into the heat at the halfway stage. Here she goes. Newly minted CT surfer. First turn is okay now. She's just waiting for it to stand up on the inside. Puts the foot on the throttle now. There's a little slash in the pocket. It's going to be a best wave. There's another one. So she's back in the game at the very least. 30 minutes on the clock. Got a few turns in and he's just going to go paddle back out. Try and put a bit of pressure on. No big numbers really from either surface. So yeah, that'll be an important wave, I think, in the context of the heat.
Yeah, just get in motion, get some energy going. That's what she's trying to do here. Meanwhile, speaking of energy, some sets outside. Pinkerton will swing for the channel here and just try and get wide. She might get in position to go. The little whitewater takeoff will just push her into this initial bowl. Let's see if the wave stands up. It won't. Seen that happen quite a bit, actually. We saw one set at the beginning of this heat that was basically impossible to mind surf. That got those wide ones that just kind of crumble, no real face for her to attack.
Yeah, that is it. You see the line start marching from the horizon, you can say, oh, we're on here. It's a big set. You know, this is good. All excited. And then sometimes it's those ones that they're a bit bigger than the normal source. They just break a bit wide. So that's part of the problem, part of the way of navigating this lineup. Well, there's a bit of a break. We're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. We have 10 minutes left in this quarterfinal, number 3 of the women's division of the EDP Ericeira Pro. It's pretty finely tuned. Kira Pinkerton in with the lead, with the score to come. We're just waiting on that last wave from Bella Kenworthy. There's some clear-ish skies. There's some waves. There's no fog. And we have the potential to run through the quarterfinals today, and maybe even the finals. We'll see, though, in the break. This is where Kenworthy started to warm up a bit now. She's got a groove back, I think. It's starting to run down the line. And there's a little bit of the flare, a bit of the release. And now she's still hopping and bopping, waiting for a section not going to come. I mean, it's not the surfing we've seen throughout the year, but
this is the crease in the wave here.
Love a crease, don't you?
Well, this just folds the score in half, doesn't it? I mean, almost a sprayless turn there from that, really hard. You can see how little energy there is in that wave. So doing really well to sort of try and join up the dots. I mean, it'll feel nice just to get some speed going. It's a technical turn there from her. And this was Kira with not a lot to work with. So that similar kind of manoeuvre she's done a couple of times, applying a bit of pressure. But at the moment, we went for these numbers to come through. I think it still will be Kira Pinkerton in the driving seat very much in this one. That first wave that she got, how crucial is that proving to be at the moment? Not had much come through Monday, but look, it's some energy.
Yeah, you can see it's just a little bit more disjointed as well. I think today, a tiny bit more north in it perhaps, a little bit lower period. So you've got to find out those joined up waves. Yeah, those creaseless ones if you can. And yeah, Kerry got one of those. A small wave at the start, but got a 5.83, and they've been keepers absolutely so far today. Kenworthy's been sort of having one of those heats. The surfers call them second prio heats, mate, where you kind of never quite got the first dib, so you kind of have to scratch around a bit. Sometimes it can work out. It's just a different approach. It's the cards you get dealt with, and yeah, she's scrapping away. The scores for her, just a couple of threes, so she's better surfer than that. She doesn't have the absolute wave she needs. Still right in the mix, and Pinkerton, that one wave turn, we'll see if that makes her score in a minute. But at the moment, Bella Kenworthy chasing a 6.5. Yeah, time does move pretty quick in the surfing. Here goes Pinkerton. She's looking at this. She likes it. Game face on. And she waits for the first turn. There's that nice little smooth style. She looks relaxed at the moment. That's what she surfs the best. And then bang, there's that trademark carve from nothing, and another. She just drops that left hand down as well, almost like a mini layback, and finishes off on the rock. So consolidation there. Smart surfing. She looks kind of interested a little bit, doesn't she? But that was well surfed, Paul.
Yeah, it was.
Especially in the context and the time of the heat.
Just look physically where she is, right? Surfers that go past that section and get a turn in on the end, generally, that means that's a wave that's broken in the right part of the reef. So the little kind of dribblier ones finish before that, and the numbers generally tend to stay down, threes, maybe fours, to really unlock. Most of the scores that we've seen this morning have been waves that run past there. This one's a little sluggish out the back, but again, it's just a case of sticking with it for Kira. And looking down the line always, that was a nice turn. And it's a smooth technique, just kind of hammering away. Any chance she gets to do a maneuver, and she's able to get that finish and turn through as well. So looking at 4.5 as the backup score, 5.83 as the high, and just trying to apply ever more pressure. It is that scoreboard pressure that can force surfers into making decisions, getting them out of their comfort zone. Surfers like Bella Kenworthy has had such a good year on tour this year. Again, she'll be someone that really wants to go all the way for another win here. Obviously, a huge moment to win a Challenger Series event here in Portugal for any surfer, particularly a young one. She's already had that winning feeling this year on the Challengers, has Bella, and I reckon already from what we've seen of her, that winning feeling, that feels pretty good. That's something she'd love to keep doing.
Yeah, they've got it in them, haven't they? They just, they love to win. That's what drives them. And a 5.33 for Kira's wave. So it does make her job a little bit easier now. 6 minutes on the clocks. Yeah, Bella has won events. She knows how to win. She's made finals, so she's been on an absolute tear in the Challenger Series, and she'll want to, she'll want to do that again. You get a taste of it. We're going to have a little look at Bella's year, how she's got to the position she's in, which is on the CT, and with surfing like this. Paul, you're in Bolito. How impressive watching you in Bolito?
Yeah, absolutely amazing out there. Surf so well. Really versatile performance in a variety of conditions and pretty dynamic as well. And then all the way to a final in the US Open. So on the Challenger Series, we have seen a lot of surfers actually get a win or maybe make a final and then really struggle to find other results as well. But not Bella. She went straight back for the final in the US Open. So a huge one for her. And those two events really in kind of the middle of the tour. That just cemented her season at that point when she's making that final. You're thinking, well, it'll have to get pretty weird for her not to get the qualification done. But you know what? You still do have to make heats. And we've seen surfers just get out of form, maybe start to think too much about the big picture, not focus on the immediate. That's not happened at all to her. And we're stoked to have her qualified for the CT. Obviously, she's still very young, Ben. How do you think she'll go?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult, to be honest. I think that transition, you know, from the Challenger Series to the CT is really difficult. She said even herself at the start of the year, she wasn't really focusing on that. I mean, obviously it's a goal, but it wasn't like one of those things, this is the goal. She's just still finding her feet. So I just hope it hasn't come too early. I just think that, you know, she's a great surfer. She's got great experience. She's surfed so many heats since she's a kid. But, you know, I think she's going to find that there's some hard-nosed, battled surfers on that CT, and you've only got 5 events to make it happen. So I think she might find it a little bit tricky, to be honest.
Caitlin Simmons took a bit of time, didn't she, to work on her surfing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she was a lot younger, but still, you know, that was a sort of, you know, a good decision. So, and learning on the job is hard, right?
Yeah, here's the power from Kira and just the speed on this wave. And it just gives the judges the chance to throw points at it when you're driving down the line with that speed on better waves. And this is sluggish stuff. Anytime you're hopping your board between the sections here, it's generally not good news. It's nice surfing. It's pretty dynamic. She's light on her feet. She's shown you why she's won events and made finals this year. But just the waves are holding back Bella Kenworthy. And Kira, you know, quite a bit of time had gone in the heat, maybe gone off the board a touch in terms of her participation, and she had this priority and able just to add. And if you can use your priority and just add, improve your backup score, crucial.
Live action, Kenworthy. There's a nice wrap that we've seen from her before. Now she's hopping, and there's a little finish, bit more release. So chasing a 7.33 when she took off on that wave. Let's see if there was any work done at the back, but chipping away, 3 minutes on the clock.
It's a big score, isn't it? It's thinking about just the energy that's out there as well. And just looking back on that film we saw of her year and that win in Bolita, I feel like she's a surfer. Her strength is the lip, so she's really good going into the lip. The US Open as well, similar kind of stuff to get the final. It's not like that here at Ribeira. It is a tough wave. Most of your turns are open face. It is quite hard to get that section. She's got loads of dynamic, progressive turns in the lip, but it's hard to find them here. And she's dealing with some crumbly sections. We've seen her do that turn throughout the event here. It's worked pretty well for her so far. She snap out the tail, but it's almost like you're using your forward momentum to snap out the tail rather than actually pushing with the back foot. And it's been a pretty tough morning for her here at the moment. She's looking for a number. It's a pretty big one. 7.33, she'll need a bomb.
Yeah, she will. It's going to have to be, you know, almost 2 points above the best wave Britain in this quarterfinal. And we see Pickenton trying to shut the door once and for all. Drives down the line. And there's a nice first turn and a second late to it. That's not going to go in her 2 keepers. So she'll maybe get back out and see if she can beat her opponent to the lineup. You know, 1 minute 45 on the clock. What do you think about this approach? Are you better off waiting, or you just keep swinging, Paul? It's a tricky one, really.
Yeah, that particular section there, if that one stands up, that will send you through to that inside, and then where the real big scores come, those runners, that was a bigger wave, but it just shut down a bit. And we were talking about it earlier, how hard it is to pick the waves. I don't know if anyone can really tell exactly what's going to happen on some of these waves when they stand up out the back.
Well, but she has left her opponent out there. That was a decision she had to make, whether just, you know, either play defense and, you know, wait for the opponent to come out and then reassess. Anyway, it's by the by. She had a go. She's got a minute on the clock. Score coming in for that last wave. Kenworthy still might make her job a little bit easier. Meanwhile, Pinkerton, well, she's decided just to keep swinging. Minute to go. A little layback snap. She loves those laybacks. That's not going to worry the judges at all. Comes down to 45 seconds. Bella Kenworthy is now looking for that 7.33 still, potentially. And she's got 40 seconds on the clock. She's on the CT. Can she go to the semi-finals and really put some icing on what's been a pretty good Portuguese cake. She checks the time, 30 seconds. You can see some lumps out the back. And this little wedge is one she's identified. 20 seconds to go. She's going to have to catch it, and she is. So Kenworthy, what's she got? First turn, usually crucial. It's a little check turn, then a phone climb, and you know that's not going to be enough. So it looks like Kira Pinkerton, who was identified in the post-show, Estrella Galicia post-show by Chris Binns as one of the favourites, is now through to the semi-final. Huge result for Kira. Bella Kenworthy won't be happy, but she does know, you know, in terms of the event, in terms of the goal set from the start of the week, she's pretty much ticked all the boxes. So she can just enjoy watching her fellow competitors and hang out with more of the family. Pinkerton, massive result for her in terms of her career, where she's at. She's climbing up that ranking board, Paul, and she deserves it, absolutely.
Yeah, pretty much mistake-free surfing throughout and able to switch it up really different kind of conditions to what she surfed in earlier in the week. Doesn't look at a loss at all, not out of sorts, able to make those crucial adjustments. And crucially, most importantly, I think her surfing really fits this wave.
Yeah, it does. She can talk about those lack of sections coming her way. She can manufacture scores. She can manufacture spray in the craziest little pockets, you know, like she just doesn't need much to get some scores. So she's through to the semi-finals. There's one more quarterfinal left. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with that right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Portugal Challenger Series here in Ericeira. It's the EDP Pro having a look. Australia versus France. The experience of Isabella Nichols taking on the youth, the freedom of Tia Zabrowski. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Chris Binns. And guess what, Binnsy? This quarter was setting up strong on paper in the water. It started off with a bit of a bang as well. Look at that scoreboard. Huge number in for Bella Nichols. 8-point ride. She's gone excellent.
Yeah, straight out the gates. And let's see how she did it. First turn was strong, found the open face, drove through a big carve, and you know that she'll get the big finish as well. So 3 big turns, a little bit of variety, one to the next. Vertically up into the lip, a little bit of drift on the tail. And Isabella Nichols has already backed that up as well with the 3.83. Even though it's only a small combination of scores, Tia Zabrowski is sitting with priority, chasing a combination of 11.83 to 8.3 to move into the lead with 4 minutes gone.
So Bella with the 8 from the get-go here and putting a little bit of a marker down to the youngster and saying, yeah, all right, kid, I see you. You're good. Have a look at this. So with a massive number in, now we look at Tia and think about what she's been able to do this summer with an absolutely incredible tear through the QS, basically won everything. That was a night surf speciality event as well, and I'm glad she won that as well. She's been on an absolute roll here in this event too on the Challenger Series at just 13 years old. She's been posting huge scores throughout and very much learning on the job as well, having a look at the very best in the business and seeing where her surfing stands up by comparison. And so far, she's been really good throughout. And right now, she's going to have to bring more of that top surfing, because already in the excellent range with Bella Nichols, but she's been really impressive on the CT for a number of years. I think the way she competes as well, Bella, she's got that ability to kind of find desire from different situations and just ever competitive really in any situation. Bella, the strength as well and the sort of resilience. You know, she had a few setbacks and she's still just showing her class here.
Yep, she's won Margaret River. I think she made the final in Newcastle during the Aussie Quaddie in 2021. She's also a smart cookie. She's studied while competing. Yeah, takes it very seriously. A student of the game. Looking to be back on tour.
Had success already on the Challenger Series this year. Let's remind ourselves of what went down in Sydney for Isabella Nichols. And we'll just stick with live action here, in fact, because in the present moment, she's got a solid lead in the heat. She's got a quick wave. She'll just get out there. And meanwhile, behind, let's see if Tia can find something here. So looking for a reply. Here we go. 13 years old, Zabrowski, first turn with loads of spray and then some chatter on the face and bumps. Grab the board and she'll go down. So won't add loads of points there. We were just talking about Bella Nichols' success that she found over in Sydney to get the win, and a crucial moment really early in the Challenger Series, just the second event after falling off tour, and what a way to pick up your momentum for the season. Let's have a look at it, what she was able to do over in Sydney. No one really surprised that she went all the way for the win.
No, not at all. She came in very hungry, punchy conditions on offer at North Narrabeen. Mixture of lefts and rights. And she went back-to-back. She actually won it the year before as well. So a very happy hunting ground for the Queenslander down on the northern beaches of Sydney.
That winning feeling rekindled for Bella Nichols on the Challenger Series, setting up the season. Already given her loads of confidence, but mainly just given her crucial points to set up the platform. She came in here with a good ranking, and that will improve further, particularly if she advances here at the moment. She's got that 8-point ride locked in from the very get-go, so she'll be happy with the way things are going. Meanwhile, different story for Tia, who will be as yet to get things going. We saw her on the beach getting some instructions from Thomas Fernandes, and she looked a little bit nervous on the beach. It's quite hard to read with the youngsters a little bit what they're going through, but she just looked like she was looking at conditions and just trying to figure things out. I think she'll be much happier when she's surfing waves. What she really wants to do is just connect with some energy and get surfing and just get that natural flow going. She's so good when she does that. At the moment, with that big scoring and that pressure in from Bella Nichols and a little quiet but calm period, this will be a test of nerves for anyone, particularly a youngster.
Yeah, absolutely. She had a little bit of an opportunity. The first turn was good, and then things went a little bit awry.
Under 22 minutes remaining in this. Let's go down and hear from Kira Pinkton. She's through to the semis. She's with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here at the beach with Kira. Kira, you just beat the #2 in the rankings. You must feel it must feel good.
Yeah, that heat felt really good. This is my best ever result in the Challenger Series, and it kind of just feels like the best result I've ever had. My momentum is just building, and yeah, I'm super happy right now.
You're gaining some ground on the rankings. how does that feel also? Because the main goal is to qualify, obviously, and you've got Saquarema next, and this has been an amazing event for you, so you can get some momentum to Saquarema, right?
Yeah, I kind of came into this event not even caring if I qualified or not. I just really wanted to build some momentum for next year even, just because the beginning of the year I felt like I had everything it took and it just wasn't going my way, and I don't want to put that pressure on myself. So just reaching little goals at a time, and this is definitely my worst challenging wave for me. I've struggled here every year, so my biggest goal this year is actually to win this event, and I'm kind of on my way there, so I hope it can happen.
Yeah, you're on the way to a win probably, but any readjustment on your surfboard today? The waves are a bit different than the rest of the week. It's a bit more south, and it's just a different type of wave. How do you readjust your surfing to the conditions we have?
Yeah, it's really soft and hard to surf. You kind of have to almost force a little bit. I'm riding the same board as yesterday, which I thought was a completely different board. So I'm glad this board's working, and I'm probably going to stick to this board for the rest of the event.
Sick, you're into the semis. You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my friends and family. I'm super thankful for your guys' love and support. I definitely couldn't have been here without you guys. And I'm feeling like I'm winning inside already. Thank you.
You're winning inside and outside of the water. Good luck for the semis.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Kira Pinkerton absolutely stoked under the 20-minute mark in this. A reminder, Isabella Nichols will qualify for the seat if she makes this heat. So on the cusp, really, of it here, that 8 from the get-go. Built up the momentum. The obstacle in the way will be Tia Zabrowski, who's been incredible this year. The youngster is going to need to find some form in this one. She's going to need to find a wave, really. She's got plenty of time, Binzi, but it's been really quiet, this one, from her.
Yeah, I don't know whether nerves are finally starting to come into play. She's only young. She hasn't, you know, it's like she's been unaware of the scenarios around her all week. She's just been taking off on waves and tearing them to pieces. But it's been a long week, and obviously less people around the event site every day remaining in the draw, more focus on your own performances. And at just 13, it's got to be hard to block out a little bit of that noise. But what a week for the young Tahitian. She has a massive future.
Yeah, really exciting story for European surfing as we focus back in on this story for Isabella Nichols. Championship talk beckons for her if she makes this heat. So a semi-final position will be good enough numerically to get her over the line. And at the moment, so far, so good. We talked about some of the success she's had and the ability really to pull out results and performances when she's got her back against the wall a little bit. There aren't many spots in terms of the championship tour before the cut, just 10 being in the top 10 in the world. You need to go deep into events. She's been able to show us that resilience, really try and cement her place back there. She's very close to doing it. Meanwhile, here goes Zabrowski, quick first turn on a little bit of a bumpy section, releases out the tail. But you can see she's not getting loads of drive out of these sections this morning. Just kind of a little bit flicky with the maneuvers. It's going to be another low number. She's going to have to continue to be patient.
I like the energy, though. She definitely didn't hold back on these turns. The big finish was pretty explosive, but it was a big finish on a pretty small wave. So that's going to hold her back a little bit. But this will be, you'd imagine, her highest scorer. Last wave for Isabella Nichols, a 4.83. So Tia now chasing a 12.832 wave combo. And here goes Bella.
Here she goes, driving good, cupped out section. This one really drawing off the reef. There's a great snap with so much power and authority. And then just bogs it. That one goes wrong real quick. The Australians grimace. What happened?
I don't know. There's definitely a bit of chop and wobble. You know, with the smaller conditions, the waves are breaking in closer to the beach. The bottom contours are starting to come into play a little bit more. We don't have the bigger push that we've seen with the swell lines the last few days. This first turn from Bella was beautiful. Late on rail, big fan of spray. And then, yeah, just a little rib in the face, caught a rail and went down. There's the reaction from Jay Thompson. I think that might have been Morgan Siblick in the background and Callum Robson in the foreground. So 16.5 minutes to go. Still waiting on last scores for both surfers. Tia Zabrowski would probably have the better of the exchange, although that first turn of Bella Nichols was pretty impressive.
Yeah, let's see where that goes. Either way, it's not going to be anything like the exit number we saw from Bella early on. That 8-point ride at the moment, still really the bit of quality we've seen in this heat as we'll get down towards the halfway point in it. Isabella Nichols will qualify. If she makes this one, she'll be back on the CT and stake her case to remain there and hopefully try and keep qualifying by making the cut rather than having to come back here. It's sort of a weird situation where surfers, they might enjoy themselves on the challenge, but they're hoping not to be here next year.
Exactly. Right, last score for Tia Zabrowski, a 5.83. So comfortably her best wave, and it narrows the gap to Bella down to 7.01. And Paul, you said a second ago that Tahitian Tia is a very exciting prospect for European surfing. What is the relationship like between the Europeans and the way they relate with the Tahitians? The way that, say, the Americans and the Hawaiians, they're obviously one nation, but they sort of see themselves as two separate surfing bodies.
Well, the pathway to success for surfers at Tahiti is to come over and do juniors here in Europe. So they're all French citizens, everyone from Tahiti. And so, like Michel Perez, junior champion in Europe, pro junior champ, that's the pathway where the events are. This is where they come and compete. And particularly now, with the way it works out, it's even more regional with the qualifying. So from the get-go, it's from a very young age. Cowley Vast as well, another name, is over in France, spending a lot of time, more or less the whole summer as well. The sort of waves you're going to surf in terms of putting your career together, they're mostly going to be beach breaks. So that's where they base themselves. Sometimes more than half the year. They often spend a lot more time over on the continent than they do in Tahiti. In the meantime, let's go down and have a word in Bella Nichols' camp. Chico Alves is with Bots.
Yeah, I'm with Jay Bottle-Thompson. Jay, Isabella started off really well this one. How's she going until now?
Yeah, she had a strong start. Yeah, obviously her competitor, she's young and got nothing to lose, and I think she's probably the one to beat. I think she's getting some really big scores, even on mediocre waves, so kind of taking her as a huge threat, so just trying to not leave any big chance. So stoked to get the jump at the start, but yeah, she's highly capable of get big scores.
And what's the secret to coach someone so talented?
I just probably just keeping it simple. It's like we do our they do their best to complicate it. So I think just simplify it. Just catch two waves and two decent waves, and and try to believe in kind of who they are rather than just the surfing side of it. So yeah, it's good. I love it. It's fun.
And you've been one of the best in the world many years. You've competed here many years too. Any inside secret you want to tell us, or you want to keep it to yourself?
I wasn't that good, mate. It's pretty average. But no, I just think about main thing is just kind of believe in your kind of own product, your own flair. So what your strengths are, and bring that to the table. Like, don't get caught up in what everyone else is doing. It's probably my best piece of advice. It's like, if you're an air guy, go to ODB airs and stuff like that, and yeah, just find your strengths and play on your weaknesses as well. But yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to bother you anymore. Good luck for the rest of the heat. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Bots isn't someone to talk himself up. Pretty humble sort of dude, so maybe we'll do it for him. I remember Dane Reynolds saying he was talking about his favourite surfers on tour, and he mentioned Bots. So, he was a pretty good surfer himself, and just a good character to be around. I think a part of that coaching role, Binzi, I don't know how much of it is technical surfing. Put your arm up here, put your foot there. I think a lot of it is vibe-based, and he seems like the sort of person that doesn't get too easily ruffled. Bots, pretty positive character.
Yeah, a lot of it's just the back end basics, making sure that everyone's up and out the door and ready to go for their heats.
You're basically just the alarm clock.
Yeah, pack your bag the night before, make sure you got your fins, maybe your spare set of fins.
Drink plenty of water. That's a good one.
Yeah, can't overhydrate. 12 minutes to go. This is Isabella Nichols, quickly in, quickly out. Yep.
Under 12 minutes to go in this. Bella Nichols got the improvement on a backup with the 5.3, so just nudging that require up. The young surfer out of Tahiti looking for 7.48 at the moment. Bella's heading to semis and the championship tour. More live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira, Portugal. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. Quarterfinals for the women will reach their conclusion in just over 9.5 minutes time at the moment. It looks like going to semi-finals, and the CT will be Isabella Nichols. Of course, she's been there before, wants to get straight back, and she's going all right at that. She got the win early in the season over in Sydney, and she's heading towards the semis here. Her opponent, the youngster, Tia Zabrowski, looking for 7.48. That's a pretty solid number. We've not seen much of Tia. She got that one in between wave, was a bit bouncy, kind of surfed up the potential, punched a 5.83, which gave herself a bit of an opportunity. And then the reply from Bella Nichols of the 5.3 of her own, just nudging that back up. So a decent 7 required for TT at the moment. 9 on the clock. She's got priority. She'll use it here. Here she goes up and swinging first turn into the lip, and then gets a snap with a bit of spray, and then trying to find speed in here. It's a sluggish wave, and she'll just sort of almost pause completely before doing this on the inside. So finding that speed and getting the rotation done pretty much on dry rocks as well, and a little look in at the panel. So trying to fire up her heat here, Binzi.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe she heard you say her wave was looking sluggish, because all of a sudden, bang, Jack in the box, just popped that aerial on the end section. And it's a great point of difference to be able to, you know, have that one in your back pocket and be able to pull it out. Here's what Tia got up to on the first half of this wave, just some rail work. A little bit of a flat section. Then once it ran again, she saw the ramp coming at her, got the tail nice and high, and spun out of that one.
It's be interesting to see where this goes with the panel. We haven't seen airs at all from the women. We had a day where the men were doing them every heat multiple times. We haven't seen any in the women's division. How is this going to compare to the power turns that Bella was doing? For example, obviously the 8 is the big score in the heat. Where's this going to go?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because it wasn't the biggest section, but she got her tail really high. That was beautifully executed. And yeah, just stomped the landing as well, greased that one. So the judges, that's going to throw the cat well and truly amongst the pigeons. Team France seems to be backing it. What do you make of it?
Well, yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really good number for her. Really big indeed. That's dynamic surfing. It's exciting, and it's showing her point of difference. And I think this is going to get her right back in this. She's going to go again, not hanging around here. 7 minutes. She'll go and keep surfing. This is what she wanted to do from the beginning, is surf waves. Sounds obvious, but sometimes you can't do that. If you can't connect with the ocean, she won't get much going on that particular wave. So that will just be a throwaway for her. But how significant is that going to be? There's a dad. He's watching on. That's Jan Martin from Rip Curl there. She's with Thomas Malem as well in a coaching role here with the French surfers. So the squad is there, the Brains Trust. She's got Thomas Fernandez as well with local insights. But what she's got more than any of that is just loads of natural talent to burn, and the ability to do that kind of thing on softer sections on the inside. We're thinking this one's going to fizzle out. She's going to do a little whitewater re-entry. Gets that rotation above the lip, and it's intriguing where the panel's going to go with this.
Yeah, I don't know about your royal we there. That was your call, that the wave was getting sluggish. But I think this is the sort of situation the judges want to incentivise. You want to encourage the ladies to take to the sky. You've seen plenty of the same turn throughout the course of the day, and the score is coming in, Paul.
Big number. She's got excellent. 8.43. Goes to the lead. There's her dad just willing her on, and from almost nowhere, the middle part of that wave, it looked like it was running out of steam. We're thinking, yeah, it's neat and tidy out the back, and then all of a sudden flares up. And I think the panel just rewarding the fact that she's in pretty rare company, really, surfers, particularly at this event and on this wave. Obviously, some of the other waves, the beach breaks, an oncoming section, there's more ramps available, but the women haven't been able to find them at all this week. And right there, how about that for a bit of grit?
Yeah, and it's also the combination of manoeuvres that's been rewarded there. If that had just been she'd taken off one section, done that, great. The fact that she fired off a couple of turns and then it looked like the wave was petering out, but she saw something down the line, skated across some flat water and then got the ramp and connected beautifully. That's pretty good. So an 8.4, it's not pretty good, it's excellent. An 8.43 the result. Here goes Bella Nichols chasing now a 6.27. Obviously, she knows that's a very attainable score, but it's not going to happen on that wave. And here goes Zabrowski.
Yeah, here's Tia again here. So quickly, use the priority after Bella went the wave before. And then just carving up on a nice looking section. It's nice and steep using the rail, just jamming that. And then again, goes up and flares above the lip. She won't get the landing done that time, but just serving a bit of notice here into what she's got in store, what she can do. Interesting to see that she got that air, she got it done, she got the score, and then very next wave, she's trying to do the same thing again. So identifying that is the point of difference. And it's a way she can show what she can do that maybe her opponent can't, and also that she doesn't necessarily need the bombs to get the scores. Here's another look.
Yeah, well, that's the result straight away of the high score for the previous wave, because Tia now knows that there's plenty of points if she takes to the sky. You'd imagine this would have been a 9 if this one had all been tied together, because the 2 turns were strong up the top, and then there was no downtime. She came fluently off the bottom and went a little bit harder at an even bigger section. It's probably what got the better of her, because she wasn't too close to landing that, but got the tail nice and high. It's going to be a minor score. Also, that 1.5 that she took off on straight after the first air. Again, she took off on that one, and you can see she had one purpose on that wave, and that was to try and find a ramp. And as soon as she saw there was nothing on offer, she kicked out. So Tia Zabrowski threw up a punt, got a big score from the judges, and realises that this is her point of difference. Why not capitalise on it? I think we're going to throw down to Chico Alves, who's on the sidelines. Who have you got for us, mate?
I've got Tomás Fernandes with me, local, a legend from Portugal surfing, and a really good guy competing here in Ribeira de Ilhas. Can you let me know the secrets of Tia Zabrowski's performance this event?
I mean, there are no secrets. Tia surfs really well, and yeah, imagine it's. I think it's all about timing and about positioning. And Tia is next level. I've never seen a 13-year-old girl like surfing like this. So yeah, it's an honor for me to try to help her in this comp. It's a special place for me for sure, and I'm stoked to watch like the quality of her surfing, and yeah, that's it.
And she's quite a good one to start your mentor career as a, kind of a coach, mentor, right? What a girl to start off doing that.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm not her coach. I'm just helping her in this comp. Maybe in the future, who knows? But Tom Amalem, it's her coach, and I need to thank them as well, to the team, for letting me in and letting me help as well. But yeah, she's good, no doubt.
I think they know you knew where the waves were breaking, so they need to thank you. So back to you, boys, and yeah, let's keep watching Tia Zabrowski smash it.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Under 2 minutes to go here. Looking at the first heat of the men's quarters taken to the water, an all-Brazilian clash. That's going to be an exciting one. Gragia taking on Muniz. Let's see how that goes down out here with conditions on the reef getting really shallow. That big low tide. And 2 surfers with a load of power. Alejo Muniz has just been absolutely tearing this place up all week here. And looking to go all the way if he can and get the win here. Part of that amazing rejuvenation we've seen from him. Meanwhile, the heat in the water, it's very tense for the likes of Bella Nichols. She's got priority. She needs a 6.27. She's already got an 8. If she wins this heat, she qualifies. Of course, if she doesn't win, she's still pretty likely, I would say, just looking at the points she'll get to get that qualification done. But she'll have to wait. She's got prior, and she'll use it here. A little wobble from the wave at the beginning, and she does pretty well to tidy that up, but actually that wobble just got hold of it and just bent that wave out to sea. Not what she wanted, so priority will go to Tia, so she'll have control of the lineup, Binzi, with less than 40 to go.
So once again, she's changed the complexion of a heat in the space of 2 waves. 5.83 was her first real shot fired. And then behind that, didn't look like Tia Zabrowski was doing too much with her wave, and then second half, boom, dynamite. Turned it into an 8.43 on the back of a big punt and has completely flipped the heat on its head. And Bella Nichols making her way into the beach. So that's the concession. Tia Zabrowski keeps her role alive here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. And Team Tahiti are going to be over the moon to see their girl through to the semi-final.
Yeah, it's the result and the performance, isn't it, really? And that flare above the lip, getting that rotation done in the air. And it just serves a bit of notice to everyone if they weren't already aware what a weapon she is, just how dynamic and electrifying her surfing is. Again, 13 years old and through to semi-finals on the Challenger Series here in Portugal, taking down a big name of global surfing on the cusp of qualifying, Isabella Nichols. I think it's very likely she will be back on the Championship Tour next year, Bella. But right now, she'll just have to hold that thought. And she started off strong. She went excellent from the get-go, Binzi.
Yep, this was right out of the gates, an 8-point ride, setting the tone for what at one stage looked like it was going to be a fairly cruisy victory for Bella Nichols. But then this lady, Tia Zabrowski, 13 years old, surfing like a veteran and surfing fearlessly, going big, snatched it back. And, well, this was Bella's. That was probably an opportunity for her towards the end. But this was the wave that turned things up into the excellent range. Tia Zabrowski right here. The wave stood up, ran for her, and she got the rotation, rode out of it nice and smooth. An 8.43 the result. Suddenly, the teen phenom moved into the lead, and she held it, moves into the semi-finals.
Brilliant performance from the youngster here. A nice moment back on land as well for those two. And thinking about Isabella Nichols and her predicament, she'll be obviously bitterly disappointed, unable to get that qualification done. But you have to say, very well done. And what a way to do it as well, with really good numbers. Both surfers in the excellent range. It's entertaining. Our semi-final bracket, we're all set up. Just 4 surfers remain. Sally Fitz taking on the young American Noah Clapp. That's our first semi, and then Pinkerton and Zabrowski will face off in semi-final number 2. Exciting looking matchups, Chris.
Absolutely. Yeah, Sally, obviously the veteran. So 32-year-old Sally all the way down to 13-year-old Tia Zabrowski. What a spread of competitors and talent. Yeah, the lesser heralded Clapp and Pinkerton clearly have got some form about them as well.
Yeah. Great vibes here this morning on a Saturday morning. We're going to send out the men's quarterfinals real soon as well, as everyone enjoys that performance from the youngster. Going to go quick commercial break. We'll bring Mundy back in for the call. More live action. Men's quarterfinals up next.
Welcome back to live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chris Benz. We've got a big quarter-final. So much on the line. Alejo Menez and Edgar Grosjean. So the two Brazilians, 2 men enter, 1 man leave. If Ale Muniz makes it through this heat, Chris Binns, he's a CT qualified surfer 2025. If he doesn't, Grosjean is then on the way to a final where he could become a CT qualifier. So it's come down to this. 2 mates, 2 Brazilians fighting for their CT lives.
Yeah, 8 years between drinks for Alejo, I think, if he gets back on.
Yeah, and it was Grosjean that started first on the break. There's that trademark kind of zap off the lip. Just waiting for us to stand up on the inside. He's been really strong all event, obviously. Mistake-free, and he gets those fins out, slides the tail, and he likes that. So in terms of his strength, then Alejo fought back immediately as well. Goes to the air, lands it, and then quite functional, trying to finish off down the line as well. And he's still got more to move. And then out the back, so he got the first wave. So really strong surfing from both Brazilians. Setting out their stall early, and he's still going. It's live action. Going to the air again. Known for his aerial manoeuvres, Binzi, but you know what? His air game isn't that bad either.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of these big guys that's surprisingly light and deft on his feet, takes to the sky, and you're like, where did that come from? But yeah, stomps kind of big, powerful airs. And, not only was that some great surfing, some great camera work there. I love the double shot with Alejo doing his business on the first wave of the set and the Grosjean tearing into the wave behind it.
Pretty synchronised, wasn't it? Meanwhile, Muniz looks at this and looks at it and says, no, I'll pass on that. 5.67 for that first wave of his, so pretty solid start. He'll be happy with that with the air, and then in a few turns he's going again. Goes to the rail, and there's a nice trademark swoop in the pocket. And another, so this is 2 great turns and a third. That is great surfing. And the Brazilians like it. And they're going to support every single wave that gets ridden now because both their crew are in this. But it's really, really strong surfing. It knows how much it's meant. He was in the booth with us yesterday saying, look, it's been 8 years. He's come so close so many times. He said 3 or 4 years where he's been in the top 10. But look at this surfing, Binz. It's electric.
It's that bottom turn, just the commitment, the way he throws himself, just eyeballs the lip and attacks it. And for a guy who's had a wretched run of knee injuries, I'd love to know who his training and conditioning crew are, because he looks so limber. He gets so low. He's almost drop knee off the bottom and then explosive out of the lip, releasing the tail, plenty of drift. For mine, that's the best wave of the heat so far. Edward Grosjean opened up with a 6. Doesn't really have a backup. Alejo opened with a 5.67 and has this number to come. So he'll move comfortably into the lead with 7 minutes washed off the clock.
Yeah, great surfing from Alejo. Also, speaking of some great surfing, Joanna Garnell's down on the beach with the winner of that last quarterfinal, Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, guys, that's right. And absolute opposites in the water. I mean, you have a veteran, you have a rookie, and you have an 8-point ride to start things off. What was going through your mind when Isabella got that score?
Well, actually, I started really bad. I was falling on my waves. I did bad choice at the start, and when I heard Bella's scores, I got a little bit of pressure because there's not a lot of good ways that you can do a big score on it. But I managed to have a good wave, and then I tried the air, and I make it, and I was really happy. And yeah, I was really happy to have that big scores, and yeah, and to go through the semifinals.
Exactly. How are you doing airs when there's so much pressure and stress level?
I don't know, I think pressure helps me a lot because, I don't know, it's challenging and you really have to do big and you have only one chance, and that makes me really focus on only one thing. And yeah, the win was perfect for the air on the right. And yeah, so I try it and I make it. I'm so happy.
And it also helps having your family here and Tomás Fernandes, who's a local, and giving you some good tips.
I'm real happy that my family is here to support me, my coach and the Ripkel manager in Europe. And yeah, Tomás is a really good coach. He's a local here. He knows the waves perfectly, and he helps me a lot. And yeah, I really want to thank him.
Well, we can't wait to see you in the semi-finals. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Classic. Thanks, Joanna. I saw it. I make it. I'm happy. I mean, and speaking to someone else that might be made an air, saw it and might be happy, was This man here, Benzie, break this down for me.
Yeah, got the pistons going, flying down the line. Really attacked that one hard. Got the rotation. If you're going to be critical, held the grab maybe a bit too long, a bit safety there into the whitewater. Did have a fair old recovery and then went to town patting the kitty to get out of there. But big tail high, air reverse.
Biggest air we've seen though, right? In the positives?
Today?
I reckon in the whole event. Have you seen a bigger air than that in terms of amplitude or in terms of fins high?
I would argue Ryan Huckabee's big huck.
Right, okay. But as you said, just a little bit messy on the coming out of it. The judges don't like that. But still, the numbers coming in. We'll see where they at. Just a technical one-turn combination up against Alo Menezes' 3-turn power carbs, which got a 6.23. So it's going to be a very good sort of, comparison of the two approaches there.
Oh, absolutely. And, yeah, I mean, Grogi has just signalled his intent from the... He went for the big air on the last wave. He took off on that one and just eyed off the section. There was only ever one thing he was going to do. It changes the complexion of the heat as well, because now, yeah, priority, you may be looking for the longer running wall, but you also have to be aware that if a wave comes through with just one section on it, and that can happen, that can break anywhere along the point, then your opponent's a chance of adding some big numbers. Here goes Alejo.
Yeah, Alejo Menezes sticking to the rail, and that wave not cooperating, looking strong. Saying in his time off, we asked him yesterday whether he'd been watching the CT, all the broadcasts, all the big events. He said watching it, he's been commentating on it for Brazil. So for Brazilian TV and the Brazilian webcast, Alejo's been working over that last 3 or 4 years. Just so he said, learned some new skills, but also to keep abreast of what's going on. So he knows all about it. Meanwhile, his opponent is up and riding, a frothy one, but he's got some speed. That first turn was nothing. He might wind up here for another aerial. Goes again. That was a bit cleaner and a bit quicker in transition, lacking a bit of the space. They're loving it though. They're loving the variety and the progression. And they're stoked. So Grosjean going to the air. Muniz sticking to his strengths of his carving turns, and he went, well, there was only one thing on his mind again here, wasn't there?
Sure was. Even that carve was a setup turn to get to the ramp and do this. And, yeah, a little bit sticky on the land. He didn't quite grease it, but nonetheless, I think that was a cleaner landing than his previous air. Maybe not quite as dynamic or explosive out of the lip. So keen to see where the judges go. Wow, got the front foot right up on the nose.
Yeah,
his feet are about 5 feet apart on a 5'6" surfboard when he rides out of that. And this was Alejo on the wave behind. Big fan of spray, lost the back foot, and he is out of there. Score comes in for Edgard Grosjean, and that's a 6.6, so his best wave. And there is 0.7 in it at the moment. He's moved into the leader. 6.6 and a 6 beats a 6.23 and a 5.67. I wonder...
That 6.6 was the first aerial, and so he's still got that second aerial to come in. So it'll be interesting how they sort of differentiate between those two airs. One a little bit bigger, a bit more dynamic, but with a less clean landing. The other a bit more whip and a bit more sort of rode out with a lot more control. So really, really tight between these two friends, with it all on the line. Both a couple of heats away from qualifying for the CT. And there's a struck match between them at the moment. 17 minutes on the clock. Muniz, Alejo with priority, and Grosjean just going to the air. So really different approaches.
Yeah, I wonder if this was always going to be Grosjean's plan, or if seeing Tia Zabrowski get that excellent score for her big punt was, if he was tossing it up to that point, then all of a sudden he sees Tia get the big score and says, you know what, this might be my point of difference from Alejo, rather than just getting into a slugfest where it's nothing but power turns. He said they've just rewarded Tia for her point of difference. Maybe I'm going to take to the sky. I think the one thing Edgard needs to be wary of, though, is trying to punt on every single wave, because you get a bit kind of immune to it. You want to save it for the right section, make it look spectacular, make it look out of the box. Here goes Alejo, big turn to start things off. Skates through plenty of dead water. Wow, he turned something into nothing on that second section. He's not done yet as the wave runs once more. And he's got some bonus points down the line. Signs off 4 big turns on a wave that initially didn't look like much at all.
Yeah, he's got the ability to just release those fins at the end of the turn. Meanwhile, well, he's not maybe listening there. Grosjean just keeps going. He just keeps spinning to win. He likes that more. So
and that's his best one.
Feel like he's just starting to lock in. The last one was a 5.43. And the one before that was a 6.6, and you think that's his the best one of the trio, do you, Binzi?
Oh, by a mile, yeah. So he has now tried an air on his last 4 waves, I think, and he stuck 3 of them. He got the 6.6 for the tail high grab with a little bit of a sticky landing. Got a 5.43 for an okay air rev, but then that one, tail nice and high, plenty of pop, amplitude as the snowboarders and skateboarders would call it, and then stomped the landing. Not a glitch as he stuck that one, and that's going to be his best score. Here's Alejo on the way behind.
Yeah, so just as again we've talked about the contrast and styles, Alejo just going to the rail, bottom hand turning, muscling his way all the way to the end section. So really great on-rail technical surfing versus his opponent, who's just absolutely going to the airs. He's you know, by now he must be looking for those waves with the ramps. They never bother him potentially with some of those sort of longer wally waves. I think Grosjean, I think you're right. He might be saying, right, this is where I'm going to go now. And if he gets this score, well, so far it's been a pretty good strategy.
Yeah, and I think this totally changes the priority tactics. If you're Alejo and it looks like it's shaping up to be air versus power, well, Alejo needs to be on the bigger, meatier, wallier waves. So he needs to get out the back and sit with priority and make sure that he is on the biggest sets when they come, because that's going to allow him the most opportunity to throw the most water around the place and bulk up his score. Edgar Grosjean, he can, you know, roll the dice a little bit more. He's clearly just looking for that one section to punt on. And, yeah, they can pop up all over the length of the lineup. Decent number coming in for Alejo. Is going to flip him back into the lead. Has a look at this one.
Yeah, he goes Grosjean live action, so he's going down the line, and there he goes again. I mean, he's feeling it. Just got them on a lock now, but that wave just out the back, it was a little bit soft. He goes again. Now he's trying to add some extra points to that air, so he's loving it. He's feeling it. He's got his aerial game on lock, and he's trying to just add a bit more variety down the line. So judges got some work to do here.
So last score for Muniz comes in at a 6.27, not quite enough. So he's still 0.1 behind. And Grosjean takes to the sky once again. So this 5 waves in a row. I think it might be time to save it for the right section, because you can, yeah, the novelty can start to wear off. Keep some of your powder dry. Save it for the big, beefy sections. And, you know, he's got through plenty of heats this week on the strength of his rail game. I wouldn't go sacrificing it entirely at this point.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, that was kind of functional. At least there was a section there, but it didn't get a whole lot of height. And then these ones down the line, you know, a bit of extra spice on top. Still waiting for a lot of numbers. There's been a lot of waves ridden, and especially from Edgard, Surfing Blue, got 2, what we thought was his best air to come in yet, plus that one. So there's 2 waves. Meanwhile, Alejo just chipping away, sticking to the bread and butter of his surfing, which is power carves and really strong technical linked-in manoeuvres. We're really having a chance to catch our breath. It's been non-stop. Each surfer getting 5 waves at the moment, so 10 waves ridden in 20 minutes. I think you guys can do the maths on that. So non-stop and a mix of airs, mix of power turns, and probably as we hit the 10-minute mark, it's going to be still really close. So that 7.33 drops for Grosjean. So that was for that air that Chris Binns correctly identified as the best one of the 3. So suddenly Grosjean out in front, and that leaves Alejo Muniz sitting a 7.66, so a big number. He's got to break out of that 6-point range to get above his friend and compatriot if he wants to get onto the CT after this heat. But while there is a little break, the first break of the heat, we're going to go to a commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
11 minutes remaining. Only a red priority, no second priority yet. Edgar lidera 7-3-3 na sua penúltima onda, quer agora melhorar com 6.6. Azul lidera para melhorar com meio ponto meia. Alejo, primeiro segundo, 7.66 para liderar. Quatro tentativas de aéreo por parte desta andragem, 4 tentativas com sucesso, sempre claramente. A sua penúltima onda foi a mais bem trabalhada, a melhor onda da bateria, com 7-3-2. Still, best drop of it.
Welcome, live action. We are back 9.5 minutes on a clock in what is a pivotal heat for these two Brazilian surfers. Alejo Muniz needs this win to make the CT to be officially qualified. Meanwhile, his opponent here, which is Grosjean, has been going to the air. He's going again. He's just not stopping. Benzi's not happy. He wants him to just load it back, just take a pulse off, just relax a bit and make sure they're going to count. But that last wave, counting wave, is 7.33. And it's got him in a really commanding position at the moment. Muniz out there, surfer in red, now netting a 7.66. And now he's got to identify those bigger sets, the waves that most suit his surfing.
Yeah, I mean, it's working for Edgard so far. He's in the lead with a 7.33 and a 6.6, both for air reverses. But he needs to mix things up a little bit, I think, because, you know, already we've seen a 5 and a 4 for, you know, not so great attempts. That last one, you know, he's going to tire himself out. He's, you know, needs to be aware of priority. Can't afford to let Alejo. He's currently chasing a 7.66. Well, we know that he's very capable of that. And if Edgard's just taking off on anything that presents on the inside, you're really allowing Alejo to roam the lineup and try and hunt down that score. So I think maybe for Edgard, it's time to start playing a little bit of defence and just be aware of where Alejo is. And, you know, maybe you want to be on one of those big set waves where you can do the rail turns. Like the ultimate death blow here would be if Edgard could get himself on a set and smash out an 8 on turns, because that would be what Alejo's trying to do right now.
Yeah, well, here he goes without priority. He's just going to keep swinging, not doing that approach just yet. He's winding up. You know what he's going to do. He's going to do that. It just makes it. I mean, he's meanwhile at the back. Oh, Alejo just not delivering. So, nah, Roger's sticking to his guns, and he's really happy. I mean, with these turns and the fact, I suppose if he's made 5 or 6, 7 in a row, he's you know, he's pretty confident with those airs. The boys looking a bit more nervous. I think, not that they've got any favourites, but they just know how hard Alejo has worked. And there's another big one from Grosjean. There's been a lot of them. We're going to put this one in the pantheon of the Grosjean air reverses or rotations he's done this heat.
Oh, it's pretty good. Here goes Alejo throwing buckets on the wave behind, vertically up into the lip. Looking forward to seeing what he did up the top of this one, because a string of turns for Alejo so far. Looking strong from start to finish. And now he's happy. So it's a fist pump and a clap off affair at the moment. Yeah, Edgard's last one, I'm going to say it's sort of between his high 7 and his 6, his 2 keepers, but this is Alejo.
Yeah, so at the back's crucial. Wow, there's a karate chop to the face. There's a carving turn. So this is where we started picking it up. He'd already done a large amount of damage out the back, and I think this is going to be his best wave by some margin, and he loves it because, you know, he waited a long time for that. He showed his experience, he showed his patience as well, and then when it delivered, he didn't hold back. just started winding up. Trademark Alejo, and he loved it. Chasing a big number of 7.66. He thinks he's got it. I think the Brazilians think he got it as well, and they know a thing or two about judging, so we'll see where the judges put it. But he was really well surfed. And talk about clutch, all that pressure, all that tension. Well, he didn't let it get to him at all, Chris.
So I overestimated that last score for Edgard. It's just come in at a 5.53. So it's a throwaway. And guess what? Alejo took off on a minor wave after that. Edgard could have been on that wave of Alejo's, but he's gone for another punt on the inside that hasn't added to his total. Alejo's chasing a 7.66.
He's going to get it,
He's
I
going to
reckon.
get it. It's a 7.93. He's moved into the lead. So 5 minutes to go. And
yeah, big swift.
I feel like I might have just mapped that one out.
Yeah, you called it, mate. I'll give you that. As much as it pains me to admit, you predicted that bang on. And Alejo has got the score, not by much, but enough, a 7.93. What a wave that could be in the terms of his career. 8 years off the tour, and now just 4 minutes and 45 seconds away for being officially qualified. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be an emotional, if it happens, and you can't rule out Edgard Grogy at this stage. He only needs a 6.88. And it's going to be interesting whether he starts going to the airs. There's some big sets.
Starts going to the airs.
He's
done 7 in a row.
Yeah, he's not starting. Whether he keeps going to the air or whether he's going to wait for one of those waves that Alejo managed to find. So it's going to come down. You'd think perhaps this last exchange. Alejo potential to improve his score, obviously, but it's all about Edgard with priority, chasing a 6.88 and 4 minutes on the clock. He has obviously risen up through the rankings. It's been a good event for him, and he'll go to Brazil no matter what with a ton of confidence and absolutely backing himself 100% that he can make it at the event in Saquarema. But right now, he's got to do it with 3.5 minutes to go. And Alejo, what an impressive wave that was. In the context of the heat, in the context of his life journey, if we can use that word, that was a really bit of supreme surfing. We're going to have a recap, see how it all unfolded. There's been tension, there's been different approaches, and there's been some great surfing.
Sure has, and a contrast of styles between two men coming into this heat who you would have said surfed in a pretty similar fashion, or at least they have all week. All of a sudden, Edgard Grogy has seen 13-year-old Tia Zabrowski get a good score in the women's quarterfinals minutes before this, and he's decided, okay, that's what I'm going to do as well. We've seen him throw up 7 airs on 7 straight waves, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to add up to the 2-wave tally of Alejo Muniz. I think that this might be his 6.27. It was a wave in 2 parts, but the second one stood up, hit the bottom, and allowed him to unleash. And then Edgard again swinging, missing, and opening the door for Alejo Muniz. He needed a 7, not even into the excellent range. This is the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series event, and Alejo Muniz is a veteran of the championship tour. Had his opportunity, and you could tell right then, the body language as he kicked out, he knew that he had seized this one by both hands. So 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Like, he maximised every square inch of that wave. It was a good wave, it was a good set wave, but what he did on it, the way he approached it, his pacing, his timing, and his just nerveless surfing was incredible. Now he's got 2 minutes.
Oof, we've got
longest
some lines
2 minutes
coming
of his life, I'd imagine, because there are some big sets coming in. Sometimes these sets only provide one real opportunity. The surfer has to identify whether it's the first or second wave. And it's Grogy in priority.
He needs a 6.88. I'm so intrigued to see right now whether he keeps backing his punt strategy or if he decides to go on the face and lay some rail. 90 seconds to go. Those lines petered out. Didn't amount to a whole lot.
Ribera can do that to you, those bigger ones, especially on this as the tide drains out. They'll just break on that outside bit of reef and then reform. Sometimes they reform and double up, sometimes they just don't, they just peter out. That particular instance, Alejo Muniz was absolutely stoked that it didn't reform on the inside. Now Grogy's got a minute. He'll get one opportunity if we go for a Hail Mary, no doubt, or one of the bigger sets. And he's just sitting right next to his mate They are tight. They travel together.
They surfed against each other in the round of 32. Groggia took the win. Alejo advanced in second. So
here we go. So Groggia's going to pull the pin. Here we go. Groggia, this is what's going to happen here. First turn, a little slice and dice. Seconds in the pocket, a smaller wave, and a third. And you know he doesn't think that's going to be the score he needs. He didn't go to the air, he didn't go to the turns. It's sort of a bit of a mix of both. He had to crack at it, 30 seconds on the clock, and it looks like Alejo Muniz, in one of the great comebacks in surfing, is 25 seconds away from being on the CT. Now he's going to hang on his mate. He's not giving him any inch, not at all. He knows what he can do in terms of just doing one big air. So he's just going to sit on him. 10 seconds on the clock. He's been away. Had 6 years on the CT, had some severe injuries. He's blown out both knees, full reconstructions, and he's come back. And right now, after 8 years of trials and tribulations, that man has made the CT. And I tell you what, I don't think any surf deserves it more right now. So what an incredible performance and what an incredible emotion. And those two to share it together is a lovely touch as well.
Yeah, I got to laugh because when you said it was one of the great comebacks in surfing, I was like, 7 in a quarterfinal of a challenger to win a heat. But of course, it's the 8-year break for Alejo Muniz. He's a fantastic guy. We had a great time with him in the booth yesterday, and the emotion is real here at Ribeira de Lache. What a legend. And he will be back on the championship tour in 2025.
I mean,
and yeah, this is what the Challenger Series means to so many of these surfers.
Exactly. If you had one sort of image of what it means, it's there, right there. He is broken. Tears of emotion, tears of joy, tears of relief. And he's absolutely distraught.
Massive congrats to...
They've all gone. They're all crying. I'm almost crying.
Edgar Grosjean as well. You know,
He's crying.
Great run this week through the event. Has definitely been one of the standouts. So well done, mate. But yeah, all Alejo right now.
Yeah, that's the story in surfing, and it's happened here on the beach at Ribeira de Lache, and the EDP Ericeira Pro delivering these storylines, delivering these surfers, delivering these narratives that matter, and he is absolutely in bits. He's kept it together. It's even more impressive that that's how much it means to him, but he managed to stay clutch, stayed on the job. As soon as the release comes, when you just turn that part of you off and let your emotions run free, this is what you get. And, unless he thinks he's lost. He's absolutely, look at him now, he's going to get some smiles.
This is great stuff. This is what we love about the Challenger Series, is seeing all these dreams come true. You know, normally it's someone making it to the championship tour for the first time. But when you've had an 8-year break, I think 2016 at the Pipe Masters would have been the last time we've seen Alejo Muniz in action on the championship tour. And he is back.
He's back at Pipe in January 2025, and that's what it means. All the team, they've all worked together for this. So while Alejo regroups, while we regroup, get our composure, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. And welcome back to the tidal pools of Portugal. We are at Ribeira de Ilhas, and we have had some incredible scenes down here. We've had tears of joy, we've had emotion, we've had a man, Alea Muniz, qualifying for the CT after a long time, but we are motoring on. Time stands still for no one, professional surfing. Callum Robson, the Australian, up against Kanoa Igarashi, one of the stars of the sport. And here goes Kanoa. So looking fresh, there's a nice spray. Big rail turn, little foam climb. He's looking relaxed. Nice pace to this wave. Now he starts to get a little bit more speed on. Is there another section on the inside? A couple of little whippy turns. And that wave, after a nice start, just didn't connect down the ends. You can see just a little bit lost his way halfway through that wave. Grew up in Huntington Beach, born in Japan, moved to California when he was really young. Surfs for Japan in the Olympics. Made the final just in 2021 at home in Tokyo. And here he goes, Chico. Good start, but it just sort of petered out.
Yeah, beautiful carve there. And as you said, the wave just flattened out a bit and got really slow. So it was really hard for him to manufacture a score after that first turn. And you could kind of see by his body language that he was a bit frustrated here. I like this little hip off the top there, whip off the top, and he kicks out. And this was during the break. Callum Robson got started here on this one, and looks like he's going to go to the air, and he makes it. So really good air there by Callum, and it's not like what we can expect from Callum, right? He's always so like in tune with the rail game that yeah, he showed us something different, and that's a 5. So Callum there starting on the right foot, and that air was actually really technical. The tail was really high on the air, and he did such a good job on landing that one.
Okay, well right now we've got some news. We've got an interview down at the beach at Shona Garnell with a newly qualified CT surfer, Alea Muniz.
That's right. Congratulations, Alejo. It's been a long time coming. You're back on the championship tour, 2025.
Thank you. I just can't believe it happened. I worked so much for the past 7-8 years that I dropped off from tour. I've been through surgeries, so many lows and so many highs, and you know, I'm 34. I'm not a kid anymore, but I never stopped believing in myself, and especially in God. I pray so much to have just one more opportunity. So that's the message that I want to leave, you know, to my son and to the next kids. Just believe in yourself, work hard, pray to God, pray to Jesus, because he's always listening, always. Sometimes it's not the way that we want to, but it will come and it will be really special. So yeah, thank you so much.
And it's bittersweet to do it all with a friend in the heat, right?
Yeah, you know, Edgar is a really good friend. He's been beating me so many times the last few years. I knew it was going to be a really hard heat. Now I'll be cheering so much for him in Saquarema. He's one of the best. He deserves to be on tour as well. And I wish it didn't happen against a friend, you know, because I want him to go all the way through, but it will happen to him as well. And we share a really nice moment in the water after the heat.
And how are you going into the semifinals now with some more courage?
I have no idea. I've been dreaming so much for this moment right here that I'm living now, that I just want to live this moment. You know, I want to talk to my wife, to my son, to my family, all of my friends, my sponsors. Thank you all, but I think I just want to talk to my wife and my son now.
Well, use this moment to say a few words in Portuguese.
Cara, obrigado a todo mundo que está na torcida, em especial a minha esposa e meu filho. A minha família. Aconteceu, cara, depois de muitos anos, de muita batalha, aconteceu. Jesus fez acontecer. Eu acreditei muito, trabalhei muito, então obrigado a todos.
What a special moment. Congratulations, Alejo.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I've seen a lot of interviews in my time, but I don't think I've seen one with more raw emotion than that, Chico. I mean, it just goes to show what it means to that man, and yeah, what a powerful sort of thing to witness, to be a part of.
Yeah, I've got chills right now. It was really, really emotional, and it meant a lot to him. So this is what we are here for. This is the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
This is what we are up for. So this is impressive stuff. Dreams happening, and of course shockers as well. We see people getting
double-edged sword. But back to business with Igarashi. What's he got here, Chico?
Nice gouging carve there. Another one. He waits for the wave to kind of build up. And let's see if he can do like a finishing turn. So 2 nice wraps out the back. And let's see what he did on the inside. Just a bit of a flick of the tail there. 4-5 for this one. So Kanoa is in the lead with a 4-7-3 and a 4-5. I just thought this wave was really small. And they kept the score a bit short just because of the size of the wave, and the sections weren't really there, and Kanoa really manufactured the whole wave just by his technique and his talent, you know, like throwing.
Yeah, it's just a 0.2 below his first wave. You kind of think that first wave perhaps had a bit more opportunity for a score. It's rare that he leaves points to the board. Meanwhile, Robson out the back to the lead foot approach. Oh, he's got him looking strong and powerful. 2 turns, foam climb, clicks the fins out. And he looks, might have another bonus section down the end. A little strap on there, and he's not finished yet. That is great surfing from the Aussie and the Australian Brain Trust. They like it. Of course they do. So sticking to his guns. He's had an up and down year as well. Carl was a CT surfer. Actually broke his leg, his tibia, surfing in a Skeleton Bay in Namibia, and so missed out in the US Open. But I tell you what, this is what he's got, Chico, and it's pretty bloody good.
Yeah, the first one kind of like just to get around the section. The second carve was the money turn. There's a projection, a turn here, floats the boat, and then I like his kind of like whippy snap there. Gave another extra to this wave, and he was able to finish it off. So I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. I think it's going to be into the 6s. What do you reckon, Ben?
Yeah, high 6 you'd imagine. Definitely his best wave. Connected, maybe a bit higher actually. I think so well surfed, given the conditions. Even that little bit helped a bit. I mean, the finish, I mean, it's there, it's not amazing, but he still managed a bit of power and control. So yeah, it's going to be a good score. We're going to put him in the box seat, that's for sure. The board looks good under his feet. Wow. He's just carving so hard. He always puts in 100% on all those rail turns, and then just projects up to it. Wow. And just that little bit there. I mean, that was, you know, a bit of flair. When you see it in slow-mo, you see how technical it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you think about the power, you think about the range, but there's little bits of hidden sort of, you know, flair in there. And well, once again, Chico, you're pretty much on the money with your scoring. So 6.33. Well, it was not so hot, but you know, he manufactured a score out of that. I mean, that wave was good, but yeah, great surfing.
I understand your point. Like it was one of those waves that if you rewatch it all in slow-mo, maybe it could have gone higher, because when I saw the slow-mo, I could see the technique he put into every turn. And I love the transition in between the turns, just because he gets really, really low and compact, and he just waits for it, and you can see him eyeing off the right moment to really apply all that pressure. And yeah, Callum is just like top. For me, he's top notch. Like he should never have left the CT. I really enjoy seeing him compete on the CT. I've seen so many good eats when he was there, and he's one of those guys that posts big numbers. You know, like he's not there just like into the 4s and really struggling to get a high number. Once he gets the opportunity, he's posting big numbers.
Here he goes again without priority, deciding to stay busy, stay involved, keep the pressure up. Lacking the board speed of his last wave, but he still just kicks out to that one. And he mentioned in his podcast that, when he was in the booth with us, that, you know what, he felt that he just let the foot off the gas when he was on the CT. He was enjoying it, he was making heats, was having good results, and he didn't really work hard enough to up his level. And he said, you know, that's what I've got to do. You just can't sit at the level, you've got to keep improving. And that's where he's focused at now. And he said also, Chico, that up against Kanoa, he was relishing it. You know, it wasn't like, oh, I got a tough draw sort of pulling me. It was more the fact that, right, this is what you got to do. You got to beat the best.
Yeah, of course. No, there's guys that are really outperform themselves when they're up against big names, And we've seen that throughout the course of many events as we see the replay. Nice there, click off the top by Callum. Nice wrap.
I think he maybe even trying to sell Canoa that wave, and then it didn't work. We said, you know what, I've come this far. You know, I might as well pay for the. I paid for the ride. I might as well surf it. And probably won't go into his counting scores. That last wave was 6.33. Currently leads Canoa chasing 6.6. 15 minutes on the clock. We watched the heat yesterday with Canoa. You know, he was suddenly out and down and out to the last few seconds, and a tiny mistake he capitalised on, so he won in the last 3 seconds of the heat, so you can never ever count him out. Man of his experience, and not surfing here for points, he's surfing for pleasure and to show the crowd what he's got, you know, in an environment where he's really comfortable and he's grown up recently. So anyway, Canoa Igarashi, you can't ever count him out. Halfway through the stage, I think Robson will be happy where he's at.
Yeah, as you said, like, he's happy for sure, but he needs to improve on that 5. Up against Canoa, he only needs a 6.6. So if Canoa gets a good one, it's just like one of those things that you just think he's going to do it.
Callum, just on a fat one. I think he might sort of maybe regroup, go back out and have a little look for those big waves. You can't just leave Canoa out there on his own for too long without any type of pressure. Just maybe go out, try and identify those waves where he gets those big carving turns again. Here he is out the back, a few sets approaching. Igarashi being patient as ever. He won't get forced into situations he doesn't want to do. And he's got the hands on the hips, looking calm. Hasn't really got a couple of 8s in one of the heat. And that was about it. You know, he's just probably progressing through without really hitting the heights that he's capable of so far. Chico?
Yeah, I feel like he threw it as we saw there to start off, which was something we are not used to. But then he went back to the rail, to his foundations. He knows he's good at, and he posted the 6.33. So Callum, he can really readjust to what the wave is presenting to him, and he's not really well known for being an air guy, but we just saw there, if there's the opportunity, he will rely on that as well. So showing us that that is not all about the carving game and the rail. As he said the other day, Joel Vaughn, really known for his airs, but I want to see him surf on rail, and he did exactly the same, but the opposite way. He showed us that he's good on rail and just threw a big air.
Yeah, Joel Vaughn coming up the next heat up against Miguel Pupo on the inside here. Robson just staying busy. He's not going to get caught just waiting forever. He prefer to keep moving around, keep hustling, keep bustling, keep kind of Canoa guessing almost. He'll have a really clear strategy in his head. He's really a deep thinker about surfing, and especially competitive surfing. Robson works with some coaches back home and his cousin, but when he travels, he just likes to strip it right back. You know, he doesn't have a coach. He's happy with his own self. He's really strong mentally, strong physically. And we've got a few of his mates down there on the beach. Actually, we've got the Callum Robson support squad with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Jacob, glad to see you stuck around to support your friend. What's been happening?
Not too much, just yeah, watching the boys. Hopefully, Cal's doing pretty good at the moment. Hopefully, he can hang on to this heat. The conditions look pretty hard, but I like how Cal's kind of constructed the heat. Canoa's had a couple of 4s. You can never really count him out though. He's a great competitor, so hopefully Cal can put a bit of pressure on him and yeah, get the heat win.
Have you been hanging out with him?
Yeah, I have been hanging out with Cal a bit. He's been on a bit of a different program to the rest of us boys because he's still in the comp. This has been a pretty bad event for the Aussies. We usually do pretty well in this event, but yeah, we just kind of didn't really get it going. So I'm glad Cal's hanging in there, Jolie's hanging in there as well. So it's good. We always get behind all the boys, and a couple of big results, and hopefully we can all go on to Brazil and get a few Aussies to qualify. There's so many Brazilians qualifying this year, which is cool to see. A few old faces getting back in there, and it's motivating for myself, and I really hope we can get a few Aussies in there as well. So I'm excited for this next event, excited for this event, see how Cal goes and Jolie, and yeah, pushing for an Aussie win.
Great stuff, Jacob, and excited to see you in the booth up next.
Yeah, tune in to that. I've got a good head for radio, so let's do it.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Chippo. Yeah, good to have him in the booth. That's good news. We've got Jacob Wilcox, Australian CT surfer from last year, coming in to talk through the heat with Joel Vaughan up against Miguel Pupe. Miguel Pupe can qualify for the CT as well. There might be more tears. There's going to be floods of tears with these Brazilians, so emotional, so invested, obviously, in their careers and their sports. So that's the next one. Joel Vaughan, no, he'll be wanting to upset the apple cart and throw in something different. Meanwhile, Robson keeps beavering around. Kanoa Igarashi's been pretty calm now. Probably, what, 12 minutes without a wave. Chico, what do you think's going through his head?
Well, I think Kanoa has nothing to lose, so...
Well, he could lose the heat.
Yeah, just the heat, but he's losing it. But if he waits for the good one, I think he's going to just turn this heat around with ease. So he's just waiting for the good one to come.
Right, okay, swing. Okay, well, while Kanoa waits for a good one, we're going to go a short commercial break and come back with more live action of the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
10 minutes remaining. The first 2/3 are gone. 1/3 left in this quarterfinal number 2. Still red priority. Second priority blue. Blue in the lead, still to improve. A 5. Red second, still chasing at 6.16.
Welcome back to quarterfinal number 3 of the EDP Ericeira Pro. Callum Robson is in the blue. He's in the lead as well. He's got 6.33 in the 5-point ride. Up against the CT star, the #1 ranked surfer in the event, Kanoa Igarashi. He's got a couple of 4s, and he got those pretty early on in the heat. So Kanoa, having posted a couple of 4s, has just waited ever since, hasn't stayed busy. And right now, needing a high 6 to get back into the lead. As we say, it means a lot to Robson. He's sitting a little bit deeper on the thing, but it's been quiet, Chico.
And Ben, looking back at like the year of Callum, he started off really well with the 9th place at Pipeline. So although he's not making the cut, he started off really well on the city. He got a couple of 17s in between there, a couple of 33rds, and he didn't make the cut. But the first one, the 9th place, was great.
It was good. I don't think you can get 33rd anymore in the CT. I don't think that's an actual event placing. But yeah, no, you're right. He started off good at Pipe, and then, you know, just started to tail off. He's CT ready, right? He's a CT. He can perform at the highest level.
I just checked the website, and it's 33rd that says there, so I think you can get 33rd on the CT still. But I'm going to let you have a deep thought about that one. But Callum started off with the 9th place. So he's got the ingredients. We want to see him back there just because he's that good. At Sunset, a wave we thought Callum can make a final or even win the event. He didn't do well.
Yeah.
Right? So a couple of mistakes on waves that you tend to see him do well, and he's off tour. Is that cruel? But now he's on his way to perform well at the Challenger.
What other career highlights would you say? What, you know, look back at some Callum's, you know, big events. What stands out?
Of course,
I know what you're going to say.
Of course.
I know what you're going to say.
Of course.
Hit me.
Win at the Goldie, to just put his name out there. Of course, that's a major win. He just told us here in the booth biggest win of his career, all right? So, and of course, I remember another great victory he had, beating Gabriel Medina at home in Rio, surfing on a right-hander, smashing it, gave no chance to him. So those are the moments that we remember, making the final with Filipe Toledo in Bells.
One of my individual moments was his 10-point ride at Super Tubes in Portugal.
I remember that one, yeah.
Under the pump, needing a score.
You were there, right?
I was
at
there.
The beach, yeah.
And watched it, one of the, the biggest waves of the day. Latest drop and just got spat out of this enormous cavern, and the crowd went wild. So yeah, he's given us plenty of highlights. He still wants plenty more. Unfortunately, this heat, it's been so slow really since that kind of 20-minute mark, and he's just been sort of paddling up the point, a bit of giving Igarashi a bit of breathing space, knowing that Kanoa needs a 6.6. Looks like Igarashi has identified something here, and he's going to have a crack at this. So Kanoa Igarashi is up and riding, needing a score. There's that little trademark swooping turn. Nice click off the top, so that's 2 nice turns. And a third, so he's surfing really strong, really clean as ever. Even that little turn in a sort of weird section, and another. And so this is why he's so dangerous on any type of wave. He can perform some miracles, and the squad like it. Fernandez, what is he saying? Is that the score? He didn't seem, I don't know, chasing a 6.6, work out the back on the inside. What do you reckon? If he's going to get the score, why should he?
Well, I think it's a wave that is going to put Kanoa back into this heat. I like this turn here. Gave a bit of extra. Just lacking a bit of pace, the wave. All the hard work was done by him. So the wave wasn't really like an excellent wave, but yeah, he's back on this one. Really nice snap there. I like this one, the combination of the 2 maneuvers out the back. Then he was able to get a third here and finish it off well here on the inside. I really like this carve though. Just pushes the fins and looked really good. So it's going to be his best number for sure. If it's a 6.6, if we compare this wave to the wave of Callum, I would say this is going to be up there with it.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's right on the money. There's Jake Patterson, who's back in Kanoa's corner for this event. Going back to the old days, he was really heavily involved in Kanoa's career in the early days of the qualification and on the CT. Good to have Jake in his corner, and now they're all patiently waiting on this score. It's going to be tight, you'd imagine. Meanwhile, out the back though, now Callum has priority. He's not sure what he needs as yet. He might need a score, he might not, but he'll know that he'll need another wave to try and at least put more pressure on Kanoa. So while the judges just start to filter through that and work out the score, we have the recap here, Chico, and early running from Robson, plenty down the line speed on this wave, and went to the air, which is unusual.
And not like, it was really lofty there, like wasn't like a safe one. He just did everything he could to go as high as possible, and he made it. So really nice air there by Callum. And Kanoa here coming back is of course one of the best when it comes down to surfing in general. So I wouldn't say just in right-hand point breaks, he's just one of the best in the world. So yeah, Kanoa just trying to come back on this one. Callum though catching a lot of waves with quality, right? And this one was probably the only wave we saw the whole heat that had the potential to do a high number. So yeah, Callum didn't make one mistake and made that wave all the way through. So waves look really hard. 617, so just under. I kind of like had to predict that just based on the 633 of Callum. Had a bit more size and a bit more juice. Yeah. As you see,
Callum's left him go on that one. So he's given him Kanoa a chance on this wave. Didn't like the look of it himself, but he might be able to manufacture an aerial here. Kicks it tail high, comes around the corner. The crowd like it. Didn't get a whole lot of reaction from Kanoa himself, but they were pretty happy with that. Whether that's a 5.17, so he's just made his job a little bit easier. 5.17, not a big number. He's only got 90 seconds on the clock though, so Chico Alves, is it near the number, near the 5 he needs?
Well, he got the carve, and then the section he did there was just a really small section, so I don't think so. Callum, if we compare to the air of Callum, he got a 5. So if we compare both of the waves, we might think this can be just under. But we never know. He needs a 5.17, and let's wait for what judges think of this one. But looking back at this replay, this was actually really, really technical by Kanoa. So I think it's just a matter of the size of the section he did that air on, because the technique is obviously there, and we are used to see Kanoa do turns like that with ease. But as we see, the team there waiting for the score. He needs a 5.17, so...
Chico says no. People are waiting for it. And we've got Callum out the back. He's not going to let him go another wave, you'd imagine. That was a risky strategy, given that no other wave came through. But he still is in the box seat now. He's just trying to play his own game. Now he starts to get a little bit prowling around his opponent. 20 seconds on the clock. He doesn't know the score of Kanoa's, so they're both in a little bit of thing. It's coming in. It's going to be super close. He needs a 5.17. He gets a 4.83. So Kanoa looks like he's missed out on that. And Callum Robson, with 5 seconds on the go, is going to win this heat. He's going to get into the semi-final, which is a huge result. We've lost one of the CT stars, but the Aussies are super stoked. They've still got one man left in the final. I have a bit of a chat about it. And Cal just doesn't show huge amounts of emotion. This man, he's so level-headed. But internally, he'll be super, super stoked. There you go. There's a bit more emotion. Big result from Cal. And he's 2 weeks away from what would be an incredible win here in Portugal. Noah Garashi surf well. Just stoked he's been hanging around, showing his class, showing his style. And but unfortunately, just I think probably got done by a surfer that wanted it just a little bit more today. And he really needs that result. He's missed out in the US Open. So he's marching up the rankings, and at the very least, he's going to go to Brazil right in the hunt. So great surfing from Callum Robson. We're going to go a short commercial break and come back with quarterfinal number 3 of the EDP Ericeira Pro after this.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series in Europe. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro live from Ribeira de Las, having a look at quarterfinal number 3 for the men. It'll feature Miguel Pupo and Joel Vaughan. And here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Chris Spins, and Chippo Wilcox. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, lads. Thanks for having me. I'm going good. Excited for this heat. Good Aussie win in that last one. It was a grindy heat, but yeah, stoked for Cal.
Overall, the Aussies in this event so far?
Pretty average, hey? Like, this is usually one of the best events for all Aussies. I think last year in the round of 16, there was maybe 8 Aussies. This year, I think there was 2. But at least we're still going now. It's Cal's into the semis. Hopefully Jolly can get there too. But yeah, it's been a hard event. But life goes on. There's another one around the corner, and yeah, excited for that.
Maybe some fog training needed at the HPC next time?
It's crazy, huh? How much fog. It's been pretty dismal weather this year, but in comparison to last year, it was beautiful. So yeah, you got to have one bad year every now and then.
Well, the frustrating thing about the fog is there's been waves in there the whole time. We just haven't been able to pick the eyes out of the swell as much as possible because it's all been based around how clearly you can see the wave.
Yeah, it's hard. Here we go, though. Miggy Poops, Jolie Vaughan. This is going to be a good battle. It's the old versus the young. And it's going to be, I don't know, Miguel surf's so great, like in this stuff, but Jolie has got a bit of X factor with his airs, so it's going to be a good battle. I'm excited for it. Looks like the wind's slowly coming up a little bit more, but I'm sure the boys will make the most of it.
Feels like a bit of a theme, that one, doesn't it, on the Challenger Series? You get that established talent surfers with plenty of laps on the Championship Tour, trying to get back there, and then that up-and-coming talent in the mix as well, and want to get in that conversation on both sides, the men and women's. We've seen those themes play out throughout. This will be a really interesting one. Tell us a bit more about Joel as part of that Aussie contingent. There's so many of you, it's quite hard to get to know everyone like real well. What's he like to be around?
Yeah, Joel is a great lad. He's a savvy competitor, and here we go. Let's see what he does here.
All right, he's up and going here. A little section of whitewater. We know what he's going to do. He'll flare up. He's so good at that. And just gets that one click down. Pretty smooth. It's just the one hit from him. And he'll look to try and pop wherever he can. There is a little bit of wind blowing into this right out of the southwest. It provided ramps a couple of days ago under similar-ish kind of conditions. And that'll be a weapon for him, but he's going to come up against someone who's going to look to try and hit sections hard as well in the form of Miguel Pupo. What do we like about this?
Oh, it's a good start. I reckon he's going to do a lot better than that throughout the heat, but it's a good start to get the ball rolling and get a bit of confidence in the air. Yeah. Like I was saying, he's a savvy competitor. I feel like he's got a lot of mongrel in him, Jolie, and he's so talented. He's kind of got that free surf flair, and then he's kind of got this competitive savviness that he's trying to fit into this kind of system as well. So it's hard. Sometimes not always the most talented surfers do the best, as everyone knows, but I feel like Jolie's working it out and getting the balance of both.
Were you on the beach last year in Rio when he stuck that big 10?
Yeah, I was. It's crazy, some of the airs he does, especially in competition. I think he had 2 10s last year, or maybe 2. Like, he had 1 10 for sure, but he had another air in Bolito as well that I think should have been a 10 if it wasn't.
Yeah, knowing that you've got that in your back pocket must be a good feeling because you're never out of it.
Yeah.
You know, you can always dig deep and hopefully if things fall your way, as we see Miguel cough up priority there. The Aussies are all hanging around. Obviously, it was a bit of a bloodbath through the early rounds. Everyone's flying to Rio next, probably not till after the weekend. So the camaraderie between the guys and the girls has been pretty great. Everyone's down on the beach. There's a big crew cheering each other on. That must be encouraging to see.
Oh, yeah, it's good. I feel like that's come a long way the last kind of, I don't know, maybe 4 years. Everyone's kind of, since COVID, I feel like, when everyone kind of had to stay there and couldn't go home, everyone's was getting so behind each other. So, yeah, it was cool to see that and carry on through the last few years. It's, yeah, pretty special.
Speaking of the Aussie contingent, well, we've got one through to semi-finals. His name's Callum Robson. He's with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I've got a stoked Aussie with me, Callum. You're in a role here in Ribeiradilhas. You seem to find always the good ones. Talk me about the special connection you have with this place.
Yeah, I don't know. I've come here once before to do the Challenger earlier in my career, and coming back here now, obviously being on tour and surfing places like Bells and a lot of right-handers on tour, and coming from a place of a lot of right-handers, I feel quite comfortable. So I'm stoked that I'm actually been able to connect out here and get a few waves and put some scores together, and yeah, I'm stoked.
And you got used to seeing you just perform on the rail, and you started off with a big air. So where did that come from?
Well, I was watching it and it looked a bit fluffy, and obviously the wind's kind of blowing into the rights and the waves looked quite soft. So I changed and went to a Utopia, and I actually hadn't surfed this board much this whole trip. And after I got my first wave, it was a really good wave, and the board felt a bit sluggish. Going up and over, so then I was pretty fired up after that, and I know this board's good for air, so I was just like, haven't done an air in a while, so I thought I'd get one out.
Yeah, it looked amazing. Any extra nerves just competing against a fellow friend, Kanoa? You've competed against him a couple of times, but any extra nerves just because he's really experienced?
Yeah, for sure, and he's coming in here nothing to lose, so I knew he was going to kind of just be like all in and backing himself and kind of trying and ripping. So I was stoked to get that win under my belt in that quarter, and especially right at the end there when I didn't know what was going on, I was quite stressed, and I was just stoked it went my way.
You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, I think everybody's watching back home in Evans Head, my family and my girlfriend, everyone back in Evans. So thanks guys for watching. I'm pumped. Let's go.
He's pumped, he's ripping. Good luck for the next round, Callum. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Live action here. Pupo, backhand swinging with speed and a bit of spice as well. That wave will go deep all of a sudden, and he'll just drift out the back. So a little look around, a little grimace from him. I think he wanted a lot more. But a good connection out the back, and he would have loved that one to run down the reef, but it didn't happen for him. He's had to wait a little while. He gave up priority with a paddle mistake early in the heat. Since then, he's really been waiting to get on the board. That's the good news from his point of view. The Brazilian squad is Joel Vaughan's not added much either, really, in the opening 9 minutes of hostilities, and this one just a 3 in early for Joel. Here's Miguel's wave.
Yeah, so this is just a 2.7. Couple of turns and then big rib through the face and puts that one to sleep. Chippo, tell us a little bit more about Callum. You guys have travelled together quite a bit over the years. He comes from a rugby background, right? He brings a pretty sporty, athletic approach to things.
Yeah, he does. He's a surfer jock. But no, that interview made me happy, hey, to see Cal. We actually went to Namibia after South Africa at the event in Ballito. Oh, this is a good wave. Don't want to be talking while he's going to slap it. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, here's Miguel. He's patient, and you know what? He has to get out of the way because Joel Vaughan with prio uses it here and flicks a rotation, collects straight into a bottom turn, little whippy snap. They'll have to try and pick up speed through here, just get out of this froth, and then just carve in one back. So maybe not quite the wave he hoped for when he took it, but as ever, the ability to go above the lip, get the rotations done, will be something that it will keep using, and it will be pretty important, particularly maybe on some of those softer in-between waves.
Yeah, that looked like a difficult wave to surf there for Jolie. He started off well, but then the wave just didn't give him too much. I feel like a lot of the waves have been splitting. But yeah, what I was saying about Caltex, we went to Namibia after the Ballito event, and he actually had a bad injury on his leg. Here we go, replay. I'll get to this. Jolie Vaughan, little cheese whiz to get it going. It looked like it was going to all up good for him here, but it just kind of flattened out a lot. Went a little bit foamy, but sometimes when it goes foamy, it doubles up nicely, but this thing kind of just died out into the rocks. So yeah, it's another little score put on Miguel, but I feel like he's definitely got more in the tank. He's just kind of getting started.
So Namibia?
Yeah, so Namibia, yeah. So he thought he just did his knee like on his second or third waves, like maybe like, oh yeah, you might have just done your MCL in your knee, but it turned out to broken like the tip of his tibia, so like the top of his leg bone, and then he didn't surf for I don't know what it was, maybe a month, maybe 2 months recovery. He missed out on America, and then he's come back here, and he's always put in the work when he's not injured, but to see how much work he was putting in when he was injured was pretty cool, and just to see him get a few rewards over here now after like a pretty hard year as well, from getting knocked off tour, not really making any heats at the start of the year, to now like being in the semi-finals. It's cool to see as a friend that's known how much work and hard times has like kind of come out of his year. So it's good to be seeing him get a few rewards at the end of this year, and who knows, he could make the final. He's been surfing great.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about that, having to pick yourself up after not making the cut and come back on the challenge. What's that like? It feels like it'd be pretty hard to do.
Yeah, it's a slap in the face for sure. But dude, it's just competing, right? Like it's hard, but yeah, it's hard when you're surfing. It's kind of a different style of waves on the World Tour to what you get on the Challenger. So it's almost such a contrast in the boards that you're riding, the type of surfing that you're doing. And to be honest, like I feel like this wave is probably the most, a wave that's most similar to some of the waves that you get on the tour. But yeah, on the tour, the waves are reef breaks. It's solid majority of the time. It's almost like a medium-sized wave tour at the start, opposed to like the Challenger. It's pretty much a small wave tour. A lot of beachies and a lot of, in my opinion, pretty average waves. So I feel like they need to maybe change that and get a bit more of a crossover between the two tours, because you see a lot of people that qualify qualifying, it's so much different to what you're getting served up on the tour. So yeah, it's a hard contrast, and it's hard to come back to it. But like, yeah, it's.
Is there a suggestions box? You guys are surfers. Can you like ping a few ideas? What sort of places?
Oh, I reckon just some more reef breaks. I think it's always, I understand it's a lot harder than just picking a wave and going there. I understand the politics of it all, but yeah, I think just some more waves that will cross over a bit better, and somewhere where you get a little bit of swell and get to show a different part of your talent. Because yeah, I feel like that's a hard thing, going from the Challenger onto the CT and then back to the Challenger again. It's just, yeah, there's not a lot of crossover of waves, but at the end of the day, if you're competing well and doing stuff smart, then you're doing well. So yeah, there's a few ways to look at it.
Let's go down and catch up with Joanna Garnell. She's out and about at the EDP activation.
Yeah, guys, that's right. And as you know, EDP, like every year, is all about creating social awareness and sustainability. And why not make some sustainable wax out of it? And beekeeper Tomasz is going to explain the whole process. Go ahead, Tomasz.
Thanks. Hey, guys. Here we're doing a wax workshop. There are only 3 ingredients, all natural. It's beeswax is the main ingredient. And then pine rosin. It's distilled pine resin and coconut oil, basically. So those are the 3 ingredients. Here they are doing the thing, taking out the waxes. There you go.
Hey, Jacob, would you use this wax for your competition?
Get a box of it.
Great stuff. A really cool activation there from EDP. Traction's important. I wonder if you can eat that stuff. If you get a bit peckish.
Yeah, you go first. I'll try it after. No, you probably could eat it though if you're real hungry, but I'm not that hungry.
Personally, it was one of the hardest parts of missing the cut. Also missing Tahiti and Fiji.
Oh, for sure. Yep. Yeah, that stung. That stung a lot. I guess with the old system, you get a whole year. You get a whole year to show yourself in a variety of waves, not just 5 events at the start of the year where it's, I don't know, it's quite difficult, those first 5 events. It's just a lot of variables. It's like a lot of open water, a lot of hard waves to kind of surf. But yeah, I think they'll make some changes next year and maybe give the people at the start of the year a few more opportunities, and maybe a variety of waves too. But yeah, it'd be good to have some sort of left before the cut, or I know pipe can be a left, but a lot of the time it's your up back door. But yeah, that'd be good, hey? Left, barreling left. I don't know. There's plenty of them around, but yeah, that still stings. You can probably hear in my voice. I'm still cut up about it.
Sorry to bring that up.
Under 14 minutes remaining in this. Hasn't really caught fire as a spectacle thus far. 4-point ride from the man on screen. Joel Vaughan is the best of it. Got that quick rotation above the lip. At the moment, he's in the lead. It's not a big number for Miguel Pupa to chase down. Let's hope it fires up when we come back from break. More live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to live action from Ericeira. Watching Joel Vaughan of Australia, Miguel Pupo of Brazil. We've got Jacob Wilcox in the studio as well, breaking it all down at the moment. Not a classic, this one thus far, but of a slow burner. Still waiting for a quality number to come in. It's the Australian with the lead at the moment, but you see the scores, they're pretty modest thus far. And the ocean just going a little quiet around that low tide at the moment. Here's a concerted paddle effort from Vaughan. He's up. Here he goes into the lip first turn. A little bit of release of the tail, a bit more in that one. So able to mix up the turns a little bit, keep things loose and sprightly and light on his feet. And a slashing snap, a little combo to finish.
That would have felt good. That would have felt very good. I think it's like 11 minutes in the heat. No one's really had much, and that was, yeah, that was a good moment for Joel. He just linked that wave together nicely. It looked like it was going to be a good wave from the start, kind of stretched out a bit, but here we go. Take it away, Binty.
All right, well, this is Joel Vaughan matching the blue surfboard with the blue rashi. I love the attention to detail. Yeah. And tying this one together down the line. A strong series of turns. Big fan of spray and a little clip on the ender just to sign off. And that's going to be a decent number. The drone shot shows you the tide is starting to fill in. A little bit of a two-stager setup there, and vertically up into the lip. Big points on offer for that one, and he is out of there.
Yeah, well done, Jolie. That would have been nice. It's yeah, it's been a hard heat for these lads though. I was down there on the beach watching Carl and Canoa's heat before, and it seemed like there was maybe a few more waves than this one. I guess maybe the tide coming in is making it a little bit more difficult for him, but 6.33, you'll take that any day of the week.
So run us through the dynamics of the peanut gallery, the Aussie cheer squad. Are you offering advice? Is it like a council where you're like, oh, down the points looking a little bit better, tide's coming in, watch this, watch that? Or is it like, just let people stick to their guns?
Yeah, I guess if someone's wanting it, yeah, everyone's obviously going to give them advice. Sometimes it can get hard though when you've got everyone trying to tell you what to do, but
yeah, Joel's halfway out for a heat and you're like, those fins?
Yeah, what are you doing, mate? No, but Jay Boulder Thompson's down there actually. He's been helping out Cal and Jolie. So, yeah, it looks like he's doing a good job.
Crucial moment in the rankings. Let's get updated with those live rankings on the Challenger Series. So we've qualified those first three surfers. They're going to the CT in 4th place right now. And in the water, Miguel Pupo needs to find a number here. 9 on the clock. Just a little bit of pressure added. Joel Vaughan with that 6.33, and Miguel now chasing something down. Also, Joel Vaughan is just on the next page here. He's lurking with a bit of intent and a big opportunity for him. So this one will be pretty crucial. There's younger brother Samuel. He's going back to the championship tour. He's got a tough heat coming up next. That one's going to be exciting. Mateus Hurdy's been ripping throughout this one. But right now, watching his brother, he's sort of got to keep one eye on him, but also figure out his own preparation. This is that next page, so look at 12 there. Joel Vaughan, a big, big opportunity this.
Yeah, Bonnie's creeping up there, Cal's creeping up there. A few Aussies in that outside bracket. Yeah, it should make Brazil a pretty fun event. Looking forward to that.
So what's your mindset going to Brazil? Get the win, basically?
Yeah, pretty much, get the win. It was challenging coming into this event. I hurt my back before the event, so it made this one quite difficult. So yeah, hopefully another week or so of resting. My back's a lot easier to manage, but yeah, this has just kind of been the year that keeps on giving for me. A lot of challenges, but generally when I have a year that has a lot of challenges, I guess I learn a lot from it and come out better on the other side. But yeah, I think just go Brazil and just, yeah, hopefully my body feels a lot better and can just kind of compete and enjoy myself and kind of surf pain-free. This event was, yeah, pretty difficult, but life keeps going on, and yeah, either way I'll be there to support the boys and hopefully get a few of them across the line.
Something I've enjoyed this year, you're self-producing your own YouTube channel. After every event, it's like where the boys spent their prize money, and I think after the US Open, you guys all took off down to Mexico. After Bolito, you went to Skeleton Bay. You guys are obviously all feeling privileged to be in this position and trying to make the most of it and experience a little bit more of the places you're visiting?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's so important, and that was probably a big realization I kind of had after I got knocked off tour as well. I was like, oh, I've got to just like enjoy every little part of this, every little part of every place I'm going, and yeah, just try and make the most of it. Try to do trips on either side of the events, and just surf. Just get back to why I love to surf is because I love the sport and it's so enjoyable. So just like tap into that side of it. And yeah, I've got I'm working on a little project towards the end of the year as well, just a little breakdown of this whole year, and yeah, a bit of free surfing footage in between, but that's enough about me. Let's go, Jolly.
Joel Vaughan up the point, way deep, way up there. Miguel Pupa's gone really wide down the end. Joel Vaughan trying to push that one, won't get the landing on that particular maneuver. A little bit of time tick away here with Miguel Pupa priority, and needs quite a big number actually. He's got 2 and a 1 with 6 minutes to go. We did not see that coming based on performances that he's been putting in and the caliber of the surfer that he is, but nothing to really get him interested. He's not done much wrong in this. He just has not had the waves. And by contrast, Joel Vaughan, who's got that one opportunity really of the 6.33 for a bit of quality, did maximise the potential of that wave, and that's why at the moment that's looking like a pretty difficult number to go after that 7.63.
Yeah, I like that Joel's staying on the move though. There's obviously not a ton of waves, so the scores are never going to be huge. You're really rolling the dice if you just sit and wait for a bomb if it never turns up. And Joel, he's already caught 6 waves, I think, 7 maybe.
Yeah.
And he's just staying very active, roaming the lineup, seizing on any potential opportunity that comes his way. This one's a long way inside of Miguel, so even with priority, Miguel wouldn't have been able to keep him off it, but he wouldn't have bothered anyway. Jacob, your heat, you sat and waited for a long time and then looked like, did you paddle for something that gave flip priority?
Yeah, I paddled for a wave and flipped priority, and then the next wave Cal got a 7 on, which was probably about 15 minutes later. But yeah, it was a slow heat. I'm kind of getting a PTSD watching Miggy out here. I know exactly how he's feeling right now. It's it can be so hard, this wave. There's a couple of takeoff positions. It looks like Miguel's paddled up the point for a bit of the heat, and then Jolie got the 6 when he was up the point, and now I think Joel will probably make it quite difficult for Miguel to hunt down that score. I think that we saw on the TV before Joel's dad pointing to get down the point and apply a bit of pressure to Miguel. But yeah, we'll see how these last 4 minutes go. But yeah, I feel for Miguel. He's such a great surfer, and this has been a very difficult heat for him.
A contest like this for you, do you spend much time assessing how it all played out, or do you just say, you know what, let's wipe this one, never talk about it again, and move on to the next?
Yeah, that was a little bit of both. That was probably the worst heat I've ever had. So you got to address why it happened a little bit, but yeah, you can't stay in it for too long, otherwise you'll yeah, it's just not very positive.
Joel Vaughan trying to travel across deep water there, unable to find any kind of speed. So under the 4-minute mark, let's recap this heat. It's not been a classic in terms of quality coming through. Whoever does make it through won't mind that one bit. Miguel Pupa started off this wave and started off this heat, and yeah, he had a bit of momentum going, and it sort of died out about here, and that's more or less the last thing he's done in this heat.
Yeah, he's just sat and waited for an age. Priority can be a poison chalice. Out here at Ribeira, we found that this week. Joel Vaughan staying busy. He's 4 and a 6.33 to his name. Not huge scores, but he's in double figures. And Miguel Pupa is chasing a 7.63 with 3 minutes to go. And that's a huge score given the somewhat warbly and rapidly filling up with water conditions that we're seeing. And incoming tide here at Ribeira. And before this event, you were kicking around in Germany?
Yeah, went to Germany for a bit. Managed to sneak in a session at the wave pool there, and then yeah, was just hiking around. My girlfriend came over for the event as well, and just managed to check out a bit of Germany, a bit of Austria, and yeah, kind of get away from the ocean a bit, but just kind of following that same theme, like wanting to make the most of it and get to experience a lot more around the events, and just add a bit more to the trips than just coming here for the event. And if I just come here for the event and lost second heat, I would have probably been in a lot worse mood than I am. So it was good to make the most of it, and it's a beautiful country there. Was
your girlfriend aware that there was one of the best wave pools in the world in Germany when she locked in the inland hiking holiday with you?
Nah, she actually wasn't. But then I worked it out like a few weeks later, and I was like, oh, we'll be doing this too. So it was good. But yeah, it's pretty cool setup they got there. It's fun wave, for sure. I'll be back there definitely one day.
Did you investigate the ice park as well?
Yeah, I checked that out. I actually didn't have my board with me that day, but yeah, it was a funny scene there. It's, seemed like it was almost quite localised, and yeah, it was funny watching everyone surf there. They had a full crowd. It was a cool scene.
Minute 45 to go in this. Time ticking away on the continued participation of Miguel Pupo at the moment with Prio. And there's not a lot else really to say in terms of positivity around his current situation. 7.63 is the number he still needs. He's been way off that pace so far in this. And after blazing through the rounds, he's had a pretty solid year overall on the Challenger Series. This is a decent result, quarterfinals, but he would have been hoping for much more. And to try and go all the way here and get that qualification locked in with his little bro Samuel at the moment. He's having to just make his way down the point, and a bit of a grimace from him. He knows there's just not been much energy out there at all. Much busier approach from Joel Vaughan. He's ridden 8 waves, but quite a few small throwaways there from under priority, but crucially those 2 waves that came back to back in the middle part of the heat, the 4 and the 6.33. Built the young Australian up the platform here, and that 6.33 really, think about the wave and what was on offer. It really did surf up that potential, and that score feels huge at the moment, and that's why Miguel's so far off it. He needs to go near to excellent.
Yeah, we see him throwing his arms out, kind of just wondering what on earth is going on out there. 30 seconds to go. He'll be frantically scouring the horizon to see if there's anything that's going to give him a chance, but a 7.63 is a huge score. And it's looking like time might run out long before a set wave capable of offering Miggy that chance arrives. This might be last roll of the dice, but turns the nose up at it. And it's looking like Joel Vaughan's through the next round, so we're going to go have a chat with him.
Yeah, well, this is obviously an important heat for him. He's absolutely stoked. He's through the semis here, and in a position on those rankings. He's on the 2nd page. He wants to be on the 1st page and inside that top 10. And he's got a great opportunity for a huge result here in Portugal this year. Joel Vaughan through to the semi-finals, and obviously now just 2 heats away from a win, and he's feeling it now. Sometimes it's all about just getting through. Doesn't really matter how you do it. It's not been a classic, this one, but he will be full of confidence and ready to go for finals.
The colour of the commentary and the company has been fantastic.
Yeah, that's been a highlight. It's been really good having you in, Jacob. Thanks for coming in, mate. Good luck with everything.
No worries, lads. Thanks heaps for that. Good to see Joel get through that. I think this is his best result in a Challenger. First time he's probably got through the quarterfinals, so pleasure to watch that. Thanks for having me. See you next time.
Yeah, mate. Good luck over there in Brazil, and hope to see you back on the CT soon.
Thank you, lads.
Go get him in Rio.
All right, we're going to go to commercial break now. We've got a great looking heat coming up. Mateus Hurdy and Samuel Pupo will be live out in the water real soon.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Portugal on the Challenger Series. A great looking matchup for quarterfinal number 4. Having a look at Mateus Hurdy, and he's climbing up the rankings with a strong show. And here he's ripped through the rounds, going excellent multiple times. He's taken on someone that's already had their qualification confirmed for the CT next year. Samuel Pupo will be back and ready to go, and ideally hoping not to be back here next year on the Challengers. He'll want to try and secure his spot, but right now he's thinking about a win. He's just seen his brother get knocked out, and he'll be looking to go all the way here, but he's going to have to get past this guy, Ben Mundy.
Yeah, this is the man that's been on fire all week. Mateus Hurdy, really dangerous, especially in these waves. He's got a massive air game that can go from nothing. Like, here we go now. He's got those really, really easy transitions, never makes few mistakes on the landings. And so, yeah, Mateus Hurdy is on fire and dangerous. Pupo already qualified. We'll see how that affects his motivation. He said yesterday his main goal was to just get his brother on tour, but that hasn't happened so far. But it's this type of surfing that just wave selection and then those two big calves out the back. Got so much board speed. That is really well surfed wave given the conditions. So Pupo just starting off strong. I think it just answered that question about the motivation, Paul.
Yeah, here goes Mateus, live action right now. Off the bottom and just cracks the whip in a soft foamy section. It's a little sluggish. A redirect back, and now here comes the speed. What's he got here? He'll go and throw in an air. Meanwhile, Pupo right behind him. Really nice off the top from him. Wow, that was a cool turn. The wrap with loads of power. And again, tagging it. So this one already really fun to watch as we see those two go at it and finding energy from Ribeiro. Whoa. Through the rocks there, going full Mason Ho. Samuel Pupo does well just to avoid those boils. And he's already back on the CT. So right now with extra confidence, he'd be absolutely stoked. But a win here would be big for him. And this one, sometimes we look at the matchups and we think, oh, this looks like a good one. And they don't always get the waves. So far, so good in this.
Yeah, great start. And that just elevates the scores. And then everyone has to go higher and bigger if the waves come through. And he looks so strong, so confident right now, especially watched by Mateus all the way down the line. He would have seen that from the very start. And then even finishing it off, and then riding through the rocks, even that takes an amount of skill that not many mortals possess. Different approach from Hurdy. He hasn't had those down the line speed of these waves, but look, puts on the afterburners there, kicks the fins out. That's his point of difference. He's got rid of his board, visualization, relaxation, and creativity. Kind of his motto, Paul. So that's some sort of interesting mix of concepts that you're going to use in the heat. Do you think he's going to, which particular one of those three would he be using the most over the next sort of 20, 24 minutes?
I think those three are the new speed, power, and flow.
Right. Relaxation, creativity, visualization.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to nitpick. I would say maybe the visualization comes first. That maybe first in the order. So he visualised first.
Why did you miss that wave? I was visualising catching a set. You missed catching a set. Yeah. Yeah, he's gone through the, he's been through his ups and downs. He's lost a bit of backing, and he's a really interesting character, isn't he?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think he's a real character. I think he'd be a great addition to the CT, not just as a surfer, but sort of personality that he is. I think he's quite forthright. He doesn't mind speaking his mind, which is really, really cool.
It's really rare as well, is what it is, isn't it? Actually saying what you think, saying what you feel, not really caring about the repercussions too much. It's, it's not always out there, and he's one of them. But I tell you what, it's got a nice looking wave here.
Here we go. This is Mateus. Good looking section to open up. Great style and great aggression as he whips real hard. And then here's the speed. Here's the ramp, the alley-oop. Lands it easy as you like, just butter, gouging all the way back. Figure eight, slaps the rebound and then just glides. Wow.
Oh my God.
That's a brilliant surfing from Mateus Hurdy. Where's this going to go as a number?
It's going to be massive. The alley-oop, wow, to carve is not something you see every day without a single bobble or transition. So we'll look at it again. But in terms of coming back, had to carve out the package, said every single thing on that wave. Pretty much just showed every aspect of Mateus surfing here. So the first turn, there's his rail work, bang. And now he just starts to put the afterburners on. So he's a little flat section, alley-oops it. It's this bit here, straight into a roundhouse cutback a foam climb, and then a fins release finish. So it had everything. The only minor adjustment was we just moved his feet in between the alley-oop and the carve. That's a tiny, like, inch perfect.
I thought you were going to say the only thing is he didn't get tubed, which would be harsh.
Yeah, even not. I mean, that was functional and dynamic, but it's this bit here, we just winds into that one. So, yeah, I mean, talk about the criteria. He's hit the creativity criteria. He's hit the relaxation criteria. And if he visualised one of the highest scores, you know, in the heat, he's probably got that as well. So we'll see where it comes in, but it's just been super impressive from Matheus.
Let's go down and hear from a semi-finalist from Australia. His name's Joel Vaughan. He's with Binsey.
All right, a 6 and a 4, but a win's a win. Congratulations, Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, thank you. Pretty stoked to get the win in that one and into the semis.
Tell us about that heat, because we're seeing plenty of waves in the water right now, but that was a grindy one.
Yeah, I was watching before, and there was a lot of waves coming through, and looked like there was a couple good air sections. So I was getting my hopes up, and it just kind of went a bit weird out there, and I don't know, I just kind of dropped in a little bit and found one that ran through the inside and got a 6 on it, and yeah, stoked to get the win.
Speaking of getting your hopes up, you and Callum feel like you've been the only Aussies in the event for about a week now, but you're on opposite sides of the draw and you keep going. How's the Aussie push? Plenty of support on the beach?
Yeah, everyone's come down to watch mine and Callum's heat, and yeah, it's been good. Good to watch him get through and give me a little bit of extra motivation to keep going. And yeah, it'd be pretty sick if we both end up in the final, but both got to get through our semis first.
This is your best result on the Challenger Series. How much confidence does that give you from here on?
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like it's been hard to get through that round of 32 the last few years, and yeah, to get through into the semis is a big confidence booster, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
And not looking too far ahead, but you got that 10 in Rio last year, so you'll be going there, you know, with a head of steam after this event. Looking to finish the year, obviously, on a huge high.
Yeah, just trying to do my best here, and then focus on Brazil when I get there, and yeah, just hopefully keep surfing and surfing my best. Hopefully, yeah.
Saturday night back home in Australia. Any words to friends and family who aren't out on the town?
Yeah, big shout out to my brothers back home and all the boys at North Shelley Board Riders, and I know a bunch of my family's back home, so thank you, and big shout out to my girlfriend. She's been getting up early and watching my heat, so, and a big shout out to my dad. He's been helping me a lot here, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Through to the finals day. Congratulations. Good luck keeping the run rolling.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks. I was going to go with Vaughan.
He's a great character. Joel, his dad, yeah, I was going to. He's Vaughnie is his dad's nickname. He's been around, been in big support. He's a good surfer too. He was just saying the Grums have been making him surf some waves. He's a bit uncomfortable with some of these big reef breaks around here, but he's been frothing. So yeah, really good to see Joel Vaughan make the big step up.
Let's talk numbers. We've got massive ones in for this heat, so it just started all fire. Pupo has gone double excellent, 2 8s from him. Huge number, 8.33 for his first wave. Just tore it apart, and then he backed that up and improved 8.77. There's the spread from the panel on your screen. He's got huge numbers in, 17.1. Biggest total, certainly over the last couple of days, and up there for the entire event. It's absolutely huge from Pupo, so he's not too bothered about seeing the big bro go down in the previous heat. Meanwhile, Hurdy replied with an excellent number of his own, the 8.07 from him. So getting super creative and getting into the excellent range. There's a lot to enjoy about this sort of surfing. I reckon we should probably have another look to remind ourselves what's gone down at the start of this heat. Here's Samuel.
Yeah, so straight up into it. You talked about surfers getting a strong start, and then you can see him, just the board speed and the aggression. That carve was amazing. So much power and speed and flow. And he kept going, he kept giving, and then he just waited to the end and navigated these rocks. So yeah, incredible surfing. Real sort of distinction between Hurdy's wave. I think Hurdy's wave wasn't as good. See live action.
Here goes Samuel climbing the foam. Nice little pocket here for him to work with. There's an air from him. He's no slouch, and he nails that. Very exciting, dynamic surfing from these two. There's another power snap. This is really cool to watch. And again, he stings it for a finish. Love this. It won't even go in his top two unless it's above an 8.33. But what a matchup.
Yeah, still no tube though, Paul, I would say. It's the only, yeah, I mean, look at that. He's got an 8.33 and 8.77. So this time, how do you go higher? How do you go bigger? Well, you go progression. There it is, bang. And then came out with no real loss of speed. Got around the two sections. There's another real savage hack given the section. And then a great finish. I don't know where it's going to go, but it's going to be excellent surfing. I know that much. Pupo is absolutely on a tear. I think he can probably, with Miggy now all done and dusted, he's just focused on his own game. And his own game is elite level. And it's this surfing that means he's on the CT. Why he's on the CT, and you know why he can do some incredible damage next year.
Yeah, Samuel unshackled here, so not feeling any kind of pressure in terms of what he needs to do, and the goal of qualifying, that's all done. Look at that, lands it, nose pick, and then just keeps going down the line with loads of speed. I think that's almost as impressive as the actual air, is getting the landing and then straight back on the tools. And some savage hacks, as you said there, as he just gives it full treatment, a little flex at the end as well. And you have to really appreciate the spectacle that we're witnessing right now after a really slow heat. That's surfing, that's what it'll do, the ocean pulses, and then it gets a bit quiet and sleepy. This one, very much in the former category, good, looking set out the back. I'm very excited to see the response from Matthias Hurdy. We're still waiting for that last number of Samuel. Here goes Matthias into action here off the bottom. His first maneuver. Guess what? It's an air. Guess what? It's complete. Then he'll set up with a snap, another section. He might try and do another one through here as he wraps the turn. And then he'll go up with a strong finish as well. So putting everything into this.
Leah Sandro. Wow, I mean, these two are just going for it, Paul. This is what you want to see. I don't think we haven't seen, you know, we've seen some great heats throughout the course of the event. We haven't seen two surfers going ding-dong.
No, we haven't, and oh my goodness, number in for Samuel, 9.27. So right now, he's got the highest score of the event, 18.04. There's the spread from the panel. Couple of three judges saying 9.5 for him. So you said, how do you improve on it? You go to the air. That's what he did. He did improve as well. Almost adds a point to his previous backup, which was already an 8.33. And Matthias Hurdy's just thinking, what's going on?
Yeah, well, in any normal situation, this wave he just rode, I mean, that's a great first turn, more progression, re-establishes his feet. That just meant that second turn was a little bit weak, then he gouges into that one. It's lacking the power of Pupo, but another great finish. And on any other given Sunday, that would be, you know, one of his big scorers and be really confident. Unfortunately, the numbers that Pupo's posted, you've got to do even better surfing than that, which isn't easy because that was a very, very well-ridden wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's surfed great this heat, Matthias. Right now, he needs a 9.97. So he basically needs a perfect 10 out here. He's surfing really well. This is going to be a decent number in the context of basically every other heat. But to get into semi-finals right now, and to face Joel Vaughan, the Australian, well, he's going to need to go near perfect at the moment. So he enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. Not quite sure it's going to be that near perfect number that he needs from the panel, though. So he'll have to think on here and keep going. But I tell you what, that's going to be a bit of a spectacle for us because he'll find out he basically needs to go huge. And I reckon he'll go about doing that. So it's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he'll know he needs those massive numbers. An 8.13 and an 8.07. And he's still almost in combination. Just goes to show that the kind of numbers that Pupo's posted. But you're right. All it means is that Matthias Hurdy, he's not going to die wondering. He's going to, yeah, he's going to find out the scores. He's not going to be happy that, you know, his excellent surfing hasn't got him closer to his opponent. But he will go absolutely massive, you'd imagine. And you think he's going to have to go to the air really to get that 9, like high 9s. But yeah, it's just been one of those heats. You know, probably the best heats, best surfing of the event so far. Sun's come out, the waves delivering, and the two Brazilians are putting on a show.
9.91, that requirement. So what does that look like? What is the 9.91 out here? Maybe from takeoff, alley-oop, and then down the line in a big full rotation.
Big backdoor section.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to either do one air that's so huge it just blows everyone's brain apart, or you're going to have to do, yeah, as you say, like 3 absolutely perfect elements, carve, aerial, and close out Rio or something like that. So it's a difficult task, near perfect score. 12 minutes on the clock. He's not going to give up, but he's up against it.
Here he goes, Matthias Hurdy. Massive. Big rotation above the lip from him. He'll throw it away, though, and he'll keep looking to just do that. He just needs to go huge here. So will be that approach from him. He needs to go absolutely massive. His coach, Leandro Dora, looking on, and really everything that he would have asked him to do, he's done, basically. He's served really well. He's gone excellent. Again, he's had a couple of heats where he's gone 2 excellent scores, Matthias. He's done it again here. Still needs a massive number, though. And Samuel Pupo, I mean, talk about the quiet confidence of the man. Getting ready. We sort of looked at his face, and we're talking about the situation of Miguel, which was the next thing he wanted to do, was get that done, and would have watched that heat. Bit of a quiet one. How does he respond in the best possible way? It's an absolute cracker of a quarter-final here, featuring Samuel Pupo, who's going back to the CT, and he's going back in style. He's got a huge lead here. More live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to quarterfinals on the Challenger Series. An absolute banger of the heat. Best heat of the entire comp so far by a country mile, certainly in terms of numbers and in terms of the entertainment as well. This guy's a performer. He's a showman. He's going to need to do exactly that here. Another rotation from him, and he'll keep going. Looking to generate speed and probably look for another ramp in here. He needs to go up nearly a 10, 991 he needs. He's winding up. He'll go to the air again, and he'll stomp that, and he'll ask a question of the panel. Meanwhile, Samuel Pupo behind him with the grab as well. And he'll go down there, and he doesn't mind going to the air too. These two, similar generation they come from. There'd be a rivalry since probably pretty much since they started surfing. And right now, it's all playing out here in Portugal. Samuel dominant so far, Ben.
Yeah, and he's just, again, looking for that extra factor. He knew he had a section here, and he just goes for it. He was so close to making this sort of cork grab, and then just goes down. But Matthias Hurdy, we talked about what do you need to do to get up to this excellent into the 9-point range. It's a phone climb. He knew he was going to go big here. Nice style. Just a little bit of a adjustment, and now he starts going to the rail work on the inside. We said that's what you're going to have to do, just mix it up, go big out the back, and then get another section inside. So, I mean, it's such good technical surfing, and as we keep saying, in any other heat or any other stage of the competition, this would be absolutely shutting some doors on his opponents, but he's behind the 8 ball. He's fighting away. He's going to be in the mix till the very end. You cannot keep your eyes off him.
It's with the judges right now. Was that a 991 or better? That's the question they'll be answering. Of course, if he improves on his high score, he can bring that requirement down a touch. His high 813. That's the best from him so far. 7 minutes and 20 to go in this. And he's feeling it out there right now. The fact that he's put so much into this and he's been unlucky basically about the performance of his opponent, Samuel Pupo. We're enjoying it from here. Mateus Herde won't be enjoying the fact that Samuel's just throwing crazy numbers down. What a way to wrap up the quarterfinals here. We're sending someone to meet Joel Vaughan. What do you reckon he's making of this?
I hope he's not watching. That'd be the best case scenario. Just, yeah, getting out there, going for lunch somewhere. I mean, Joel Vaughan has got that air game. That's one of his strengths. But, yeah, this would be fairly frightening seeing these two guys at the top of their game. Really putting, you know, peaking at the right time, which is what the best servers in the world tend to do at these events. They just build, you know, go through the gears and then deliver when it really matters. And Pupo's at that elite level as he has qualified. Mateus Herde has the talent. Hasn't been able to quite realise it just yet. But these two guys, yeah, just absolutely showing what's capable when they're on song. Still waiting on that score for Mateus. Been really nice for the heat sort of strategy, or the heat context, if you can get up to that 9-point range and make it a one-wave kind of show off. But we'll see where it's going to come in because that was so well served.
Numbers coming in for Mateus. He's in the 9s. He's not quite there. 9-1-7. He'll go again here. He's brought his requirement down. What's he got here? He'll open up. Full rail jam in the pocket. And again, carve and snap almost overcooks that one. 5.5 minutes or so left. He's got 9-1-7. So he's pushed up his total. He's brought down the requirement, looking for 8-8-8 here, Mundy.
Yeah, massive. So he's done everything he could. He can do that again. Don't worry about that. So he identified what he needs to do to get up to that 9-point range, and he executed it absolutely perfectly. And we have got a game on. Look at these scores. It is absolutely incredible. The heat of the event and this recap is going to be basically a highlight reel of what has been a special performance. Pupo just came out of the guns, absolutely on fire. He was going to the rails. He was using his power and his control. This turn was incredible. And you'd see the spray and the speed, kind of Fanning-esque almost. And then a nice little couple of bonus chip shots down the end. So he set the stalls that early. That was an 8-3-3, I think, before he even, that's almost a throwaway. Then he put on the afterburners here. Started getting a little bit freaky. Gets the air, makes it nice and easy. Bit of rotation, bit of variety, and then still went off with speed. And then the inside section, he started doing his calves again. So mixing it up. And at this stage, you're like, okay, this is off the charts. An 8-7-7 and 9-2-7. You thought this guy is kind of in a position he can't get out of. Well, mate, you cannot box this guy in. Mateus Herde just started doing his own bits of flair. Again, having variety, speed, calves, and that was a couple of 8s. The 8s weren't enough, and then he identified, right, if I'm going to get back in his head, I need something big. Here he goes. It was right here. You can see his arms progressing. Boom, a massive air, nice and clean. And it was so much sort of amplitude and longitude as well. He covered so much distance, and then he started winding up on the inside. Got him back in the heat. This is a 9.17. Leaving him chasing a massive score, an 8.88, but the whole scale's out the window. We're just doing 8s and 9s now. That's all there is, and these two surfers can deliver them seemingly at will.
Yeah, absolutely mad in terms of numbers going down. Let's have a look at the top 10 heats here. And guess what? Samuel Pupo, with his current performance out of there, 18.04. Absolutely huge. Mateus Herde, he's in this heat. That's the 17.3. That's what he's on right now.
Pretty confident he might have the highest runner-up total at this stage. But, you know, it's just to have the 17.3 heat title and still needing an 8.88. Shows you just how well Sammy has surfed and how great this heat has been. And now we just want one more opportunity, Paul. I don't want this to finish. I just want to see these two go just keep going.
We can keep these sets rolling. It'd be interesting to see if and when Mateus does get another chance. He is in second prio, though, so let's see where he goes with that. Priority generally not as much of an issue when you're trying to push it.
Yeah, look at those numbers on your left-hand screen. These are the individual waves of the day, and it's all in this heat, basically.
So, you know, this heat has just been one of those where they've pushed each other, elevated each other's surfing, and the numbers have dropped accordingly. Still not over yet. I reckon there's going to be some little twist in the tail with 2 minutes on the clock. Pupo qualified, Mateus battling away, and hopefully there'll be one more chance to see where, if you know, we can go up to the 10-point range. That would be the icing on the cake for me, Evans.
2 to go. Let's see if that happens. Fans down on the beach here on a Saturday, enjoying this show. What a spectacle we've witnessed. And the stakes for Samuel Pupo, it's about winning that event. We have qualified him for the CT. He's going back there. Mateus Hurdy has gone up the rankings, but he would love to keep going in this event. Try and go all the way for the win. He's surfed well enough to win it. To your point, in terms of the overall impression on the wave, the power that Samuel Pupo's got, just got a little bit extra as well, doesn't he? So he doesn't have to get it by going above the lip. He's been throwing a bit more spray, a bit more water, and he's such a well-rounded surfer. You think about the attributes you need on the CT. You can't really have strengths and weaknesses. It's got to be about doing everything, and Samuel definitely feels like that sort of surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely well-grounded, every facet covered. You know, he's handy in the tube. He has a dig. He's great in the air. He's got the rail game. He's got the competitive smart. So, yeah, you're right. There's, you know, some people have their minor strengths, but overall, every single surfer has the ability across all conditions. And it looks like we've got another last blast here, Paulie.
Yeah, we go Pupo with priority. Hurdy will be allowed to go this if he wants it, and he'll have to go. There's 40-odd seconds. He's having a look around at what's behind. He realised that wave, nothing doing. Samuel will snaffle this one, and he'll take it. So 30 on the clock already, 18.04 out of 20 as his total. Here's the speed. He'll float over a section, and then he'll go with the rotation. Unsuccessful, trying to cork that one right out. And Samuel Pupo has surfed absolutely amazing. The last chance here for Hurdy. 888, the number. Here he goes, he's up. And a little look out the back, not normally what you want. That one, a soft wave. Samuel identified that before that wave got there, realized the one he wanted. Gorillo Dora just trying to will on Mateus Hurdy, but he won't quite get there. And one of those heats, Ben, you got to say, as a fan, as a spectator, it's been an absolute classic. What a one to watch. Samuel Pupo absolutely on fire here. That was incredible.
Yeah, the best heat of the event. 2 surfers, really, really talented surfers at the top of their game, going for it. The scores were set early. We had that as a real big platform. They just went for it. Both throwing away some big numbers, you know, throwing away 8s, which is sort of unheard of. I mean, that man there, look, he's going to be disappointed, but all we can do is come in and go, look, that's just one of those. That's the luck of the draw. He delivered in terms of performance. He never gave up. He didn't make any mistakes. He just came across a surfer who had just gone into the excellent range across the board. Big. Like saying these Brazilians, they're just like, you know, all feeding off each other. You know, they've been the dominant force throughout the whole event. It's no surprise that, you know, they're right up to that, 2 of them in the semis.
Yeah, well, one of our themes, we've been hearing about how hard this wave is to surf. It didn't look like it in that one for Samuel Pupo. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Binzi.
All right, thank you very much. Samuel, talk to us about that heat, mate.
What a heat, what a fun heat with one of my best friends, Mateus. He's always so dangerous. I knew I would have to step up my game a little bit. I feel like he's been probably the best surfer of the event so far, and this is probably the best conditions for him, so just trying to pick the best waves, and yeah, it was so fun.
You guys been best mates forever. Are you talking in the water, or are you trash talking?
No, we weren't talking at all, but it's feels like a familiar phase, as he said in the other interview. We've been competing together since we were like 8 years old, so just feels so normal, and I know all his tricks, all his things in the heats, and felt like I could imagine it well, and happy to make it through.
It's been a pretty incredible event for the Brazilians. A couple of you guys have qualified as well. What's been so special? What's been the difference here?
Just the energy, really. Such a good energy from all of us during this event, and Alejo qualifying after so long, and it was hard for me to concentrate after Miggy's heat. The really slow one, I was really nervous about like his seat, and I was able to just reset everything on my mind, and focus in my heat and happy with my surfing.
You've already qualified. Do you ever think like, well, I wouldn't mind seeing Mateus get a bit of a result here, or are you just out, there's more satisfaction to take from beating you, mate?
No, for sure. I mean, I'm always in between in this type of heats, you know, it's my job, of course, and I've already qualified. But it was one of those heats that I was just feeling so light, because if I made my heat, I was going to be stoked, and if I lost, I was going to be stoked for Mateus anyway. He really needed this result, and he still got a good one, but I wish all the best for him, of course, in Sakurama. He's so good there, so I believe he can make it, and I'm going to be the first one cheering for him.
All right, well, 2 nines, incredible performance through to finals day. Congratulations, mate.
Let's go.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Brilliant stuff. A great interview there from a fully stoked Samuel Pupo. We talk about surfers being at their best, Ben, when they're relaxed, when they're happy. And he said, you know, he was maybe the form that's watching your brother lose with like a 2 and a 1, because he said he was really worried about seeing what happened to Miguel, but no signs of it at all out there.
No, it was almost a classic your win-win situation where, you know, you get through the heat, he's got a massive result. If he loses, his best mate progresses through. And that lightness and that just, you know, all the Miguel Pupo, his brother, out the window, he could just surf himself. And I'll tell you what, if he keeps that type of form, that attitude up, yeah, you would want to go up against him in the semi or the final.
All right, well, we're all set with semi-finalists here after a really entertaining Saturday of surfing. So loads of talking points to come in the Estrella Galicia post show. We're going to be breaking down storylines, top 5 moments, wave of the day. I think you can guess where that's coming from. We'll bring in the Estrella Galicia post show live from Ericeira right after the break. And a very warm welcome to the Estrella Galicia post-show. Show very much the word from that last quarter for the men. And commiserations for Matthias Herdy, who absolutely ripped out there. Got a 9 and an 8, crazy numbers, but somehow is eliminated from competition. And that looked like it hurts.
Yeah, it really does. You know, it's a double-edged sword. He put in so much effort. He surfed so well and still to lose. I know you can take some type of solace out of the fact how well you surf, but it just feels like a bit of a dagger to the heart. You've done all that work. You've surfed to your capabilities and something. You still don't get the result, and he needed it.
Shika, did you see that heat coming? The one before was really slow. There wasn't a lot of opportunity, and all of a sudden it's raining 8s and 9s all over the place.
Yeah, you just put like those guys into anywhere in the world, and you can expect fireworks. Samuel is that good, and Mateus is that good also, and they're really close. They have a bit of a rivalry, like a healthy one, but like when it's go time, it's go time.
Well, it took 2 to tango in that last heat. Mateus didn't deserve to get knocked out, but he has been. Let's go and have a word with him. He's with Chris Pins.
All right, Matthias Herdy. Obviously, a lot of mixed emotions right now, mate, but just talk us through what an incredible heat that was.
It was, the waves were good. It hurts for sure. Samo is my neighbor and my brother, and, we grew up together surfing, like, in the amateur events, those heats, so he actually made me want more to win, but, yeah, it didn't happen today.
Coming into a heat like this, the wave in front, I think both of you guys probably would have beaten both of those surfers combined. Like, it was so slow. None of us saw this coming. The performances was through the roof.
Yeah, I wish this heat was on tour. That was one of the heats that, those situations is some things that we dream about since we were little kids, we were competing in the amateur events and doing it on a big stage, it's a dream, and I hope it happens one day.
Coming into this event, I read an interview with you on Stab where you were saying that a lot of the pressure had been lifted, and it seemed to show in your surfing. Like, you really looked like you were surfing free and easy and just letting the wave dictate terms. Where did this form come from this week? Because you've been ripping.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough year. I kind of changed my mindset on the U.S. Open, and unfortunately the waves weren't that good. This event, the waves were really fun throughout the whole event, and I was able to show my surfing a little more. And I was working with Leandro in this event, and he just helped me not think about too much, because I think sometimes I overthink, and yeah, I'm gonna give my best in Saquarema. I don't know if there's still a chance, but if there's a little door open, I'll try to open.
How long have you been working with Leandro for?
It's been a few years. We started working on 2022. I just couldn't make the tour, and I was like, he always helped me, since I was a little kid, but we never really worked together, and then we made it official in 2022. So it's been really fun. I learned a lot, and I'm still learning.
Well, mate, we've really enjoyed watching you surf this week. You've been on fire. Good luck keeping the roll going in Saquarema, and thanks for entertaining us all week.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binsey. An understandable disappointment. He's gutted, isn't he, really? And a performance well worthy for a win on the Challenger Series. Expect to see more from that young man in the future. You know what? That was a great heat, but it wasn't the only excellent surfing that we saw, and we kicked off with that. So our first storyline, the talking point from today, was the heat featuring the experience with Isabella Nichols, and then the youth coming through from Tia Zabrowski. And it's another one of those matchups on paper that we were looking at thinking, this could be really interesting to see how this one plays out. And it looked like Isabella kind of had this one locked down.
Yeah, exactly. She got a great start. I think an 8-point ride from the start. She's a CT surfer, and there's young Tia Zabrowski, and only 13. Nichols just came out. She does what she does. She's got such a smooth roll work. She's stuck to the waves. She knows the board's looking great. And so you thought, okay, well, how's the 13-year-old going to respond to this situation? It's not easy. I'll tell you what, here she goes under the pump. Zabrowski just started getting some scores in, never got fully rattled, was always in the game, and then suddenly she just put on the afterburners. Nickel kept chipping away. You thought, okay, she just needed to make one more turn, and she threw to the CT here. A mistake there, and then guess what? Behind her, Tia just absolutely went to town. A lot of nice turns at the back, and then this end finishes where it all sort of came into gear. She hangs down the line. What's she going to do? She's going to play it safe? No chance. Kicks the fins out, gets an air, got an high 8, I think an 8.4 or something, and suddenly she was in the lead and she never let it go. So she changed the heat in 2 waves in about 5 minutes, under pressure, with some progressive surfing. We've got a superstar on our hands, guys.
Yes, indeed. And Tia Zarowski, she said on the previous interview, I want to go to the air. And she did. She did it. So she's a really focused young lady, I would say, Paul.
Let's have a look at the bracket here. That first semi, Sally Fitz taking on Noah Clapp. Semi-final number 2, Pinkerton and Zabrowski going at it. So 2 very interesting matchups there. And really, with possibly quite different conditions maybe in store tomorrow as well. Let's see if that mixes things up a bit. But that momentum that you get from quarterfinals, well, it's all about trying to bring that and go all the way. Who are you liking from those matchups for the win?
Oh, I just can't see past Sally Fitzgibbons. You look at that, the 4 serves left. She's the only one, well, she's CT qualified. They're all, they're having a great events, but they're low down the rankings. They've all had really surprise results here. All the top guns are gone. There's just one surfer left standing in that top echelon, that's Sally Fitzgibbons. I just can't see her losing from here.
Well, I have to go with Tia. I think Paul was right on the money at the start of the week, and I think she's going to be really hard to beat. I think she brings something new to the table, and I think that's what the judges are looking for.
Well, our second storyline in the post-show, no real surprises. The drama that we just saw go down, absolutely epic performances. Really, no one deserved to lose that heat and get knocked out. You saw how gutted Mateus was. But when these two took to the water, in the context of this, we had a really slow one. Not a lot of energy from the ocean, and then the performances, they just pulsed.
Yeah, well, Sam's brother was in the heat trying to qualify and got a 2 and a 1, which is really unusual for him. And then suddenly he came out and just started scalping so hard, so smooth. And this was in the first sort of 5 to 10 minutes of the heat. And he was just on fire, he was on point. He'd let go all of the, the other distractions about his brother, about qualification, all that scenario just melted away. And he just concentrated on surfing. And he surfed pretty good, Shuko.
Yeah, he's really good. He's the type of surfer that has always something really exciting to show. I've said this before, I think he's a CT surfer, and it goes to show the level and the performance he can put out there. So Samuel is just incredible, and Mateus just proved that he can match that type of surfing, that it's just a matter of time to qualify. And I would love to see him as well on tour, just because of this amazing surfing. He's got the level, and it's just a matter of not how he's going to make it, but when. And I feel like Saquarema might be the perfect spot for him to clinch that moment right in front of his friends. And yeah, this was a bit of a comeback wave, the 917. Not a comeback, just an excellent wave. And yeah, Mateus unfortunately getting on that side of the draw, and got an incredible Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, he's box office, and I'm really impressed he came up in that chat with Benji. Not easy to, go through that heartbreak and then come up and talk about it. Really just impressed with that young man, just his attitude and his surfing. And yeah, he's going to be there or thereabouts. We want him on the big stage.
Men's bracket, let's have a look at it. Lejo Muniz taking on Callum Robson in the first semi. Joel Vaughan, Samuel Pupo. What are we liking here?
Well, it's a classic combination, isn't it? You've got the 2 Brazilians already qualified, so they're done. Their jobs are done. All the emotion, all the relief, all that is gone. And then you've got the 2 young Aussies battling. They really need some scores. They're down in the rankings. It means so much to them. So it's how those 2 mentalities, I think, play out. It's going to decide who gets through to the final.
Chico, would you rather have a huge performance on the day before the final and get 8s and 9s, or would you rather be someone like Joel Vaughan who's just kind of bubbled through with 5, just kind of got it done? Who'd you rather be coming into finals day?
Well, I think a bit of a draw would be nice. I think fly under the radar, and when you get to the final, you just show up. I feel like there's guys that really perform well under pressure, and when they get to those final stages, they really put those excellent numbers in. So maybe Joel might be one of those. And I know we've said there's not too many Australians on this event getting through, but there's 2 on the semi, so it's quite even.
Potential for an all-Aussie final, yeah, an all-Brazilian final as well. We'll see how that plays out. Let's roll the top 5 moments of the day. The first one of them, it does feature that man, Joel Vaughan. And got the job done, really, sometimes about rolling up the sleeves here, Mundy.
Yeah, exactly. Joel Vaughan He's, you know, I thought he was underrated at the start of the event, and he's just grinding victories out. You said he hasn't actually peaked yet. Nice bit of competitive there. Got that wave off his opponent. Just goes to the Ericeira games. Absolutely massive, but he's been using other facets of his competitive sort of armory, the rails, turns, surfing to the heat, and just slowly but surely getting through. It's his best ever result. He said he's been struggling to get through the rounds of 32 over the last 2 years, but yeah, he's been solid and he's got more to prove.
Yeah, of course. Number 4 moment of today, Tia Zabrowski smashing this wave and getting the lead from Isabella Nikas. That, in my opinion, was the informed surfer of the whole event. But Tia, she had another idea. She said, oh, well, I just got here and I'm going to prove you I can beat you with a wave like this. So I felt like the point of difference was, of course, just going for the air and making that wave look really cool. Because she had the turns outside, everything was going smooth, but at the end, she just goes for a big air, and that's it. I made it. I make the heat, and
I'm happy.
And I'm happy. A really hard one to swallow there for Isabella.
Yeah, number 3, that woman, Sally Fitzgibbons, had actually already qualified for the CT. She woke up this morning, and she decided, this is from a day, I think, ago, but throughout the course of the event, she's been strong, she's been focused. And, you know, she's had a tough run. She said it was like almost rejection getting knocked off the CT, and that was a heartbroken. You know what? She's dusted herself off. She's come to Portugal. Well, she's come to all the Challenger Series events, been super consistent, leading the rankings. She's still in the event. So, job done for an icon of the sport. And, you know, tomorrow she's not going to be, you know, sitting back. She'll want to win. But it's just great to see Sally, after all these years, still with the fire in the belly and still absolutely ready to roll.
And moment number 2, Alejo Muniz. So after quite a long time trying to get back on tour, he finally made it. So what a testament on our resilience is so important. And I actually think Alejo is going to do really well in the city, just because he has the experience there. He has competed against the best in the world back then. He has made history actually in pipeline, beating Mick Fanning and giving to the title to his mate Gabriel Medina. So, well, he's got quite a good profile, and I know he's fought a couple of injuries, but they're done. So I think he's back, and he's back in a good way. And if someone can do a lot of damage, it's this guy, because he looks on form, Paul.
Yeah, we just did this under pressure too. There was so much on the line, and the end of it showed how much it was. He was so emotional. I haven't seen a heat interview like that, well, forever. He was, you know, it meant so much.
And of course, number 1 moment of the day, Samuel Pupo against Mateus, going one after each other. We just saw what excellent surfing is all about. We saw a lot of high scores, a lot of good ridden waves, and they just stole the show. Both of them. I'm not saying Samuel did and Mateus did not. They both stole the show. They were the most informed surfers of this round of the quarterfinals, and I actually think they both deserve to be in the semis, but only one wins on the man-on-man heats, and unfortunately they match up together.
Yeah, really fun quarterfinals, and setting ourselves up for an exciting finals day. So just one more bit of business for today, the wave of the day. No prizes for guessing where that's going to go. We talked about him. It's worth watching several times over. And if you're going to go out and surf a heat, we talk about the best way of doing it is just surf like you're free surfing. Look free, liberated, electric, creative. Bring the power to it as well. That's what Pupo did.
Yeah, let's see it again. He's just... You know, this was brilliant in the heat. He got to the air there. So we're talking with Paul about how he already got a couple 8s and 9s. How do you go up? How do you make a wave go even better into the excellent range? Well, he added some progression. He added some flair. He added some rail work. And it just all came together in a massive 9.27. So Sammy Pupo, you know what? He's got it all. He's got the whole package. And he's going to be probably one of the favourites. Well, there's only 4 surfers left, but I'd say he's the one, the most informed, the most consistent. And the CT surfer is a 9.27. The wave of the day, the wave of the event, let's call it. It was the best surfing we've seen since we arrived here back on a week ago.
Quarters have been fun.
Amazing.
We're set up for semis and final tomorrow. Just 4 surfers on each side of the draw. We've already sent surfers to the championship tour. More situations as well to unfold. Guess what? The waves are picking up too, boys.
Yeah, we got wind. We got some waves. It's going to be maybe twice as big as today. Some of the locals have told me. I don't know too much about it, but there is swell coming. Might be a bit of a wind with it and maybe a bit of rain potentially, but it's going to be bigger and better. So it's going to be, you know, more better scores for sure.
Can't wait. Finals day. Let's go.
All right, well, we're going to have an 8 a.m. call for a potential 8:30 start. WorldSurfLeague.com is the place to be. We'll send you out with some highlights.
Yeah, Chico.
See you tomorrow. Cheers, boys.
See you tomorrow, boys.
See you for finals day.
This was...
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.